so connected. It must have been our destiny. And now I know I'll never let this ever, ever end in somewhere other than next to me. 'Cause time stood still right there. Time stood still right there. We wrote the sun, we became one. We wrote the sun, we became one.
If y'all didn't hear a while ago, we are about to start the show. Be getting your Class 1.
Throw your uppercut, try to hit me in the gut, thinking that I won't react. You whisper in my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that I'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. I took a break, you're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den, bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet, my legend's written in the stone, yeah. You're crying, Adrian, defeat is now your only friend, even your mama's gotta know. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down.
Been walking the night through, sleep talking with devils. They wrestle with my heartbeat to see what it is that moves me. And I don't wanna live here when nobody believes me. So take me to the ocean, or give me your last kiss.
We're going to start the show. I'd like to take this moment to introduce our judge, Seth Swenson. This is his first time to judge a pig show, so y'all be real nice about the things you say. I mean, not everybody's perfect, and sometimes we have to try people out for the first time and give them a chance to hit the big time and maybe judge some bigger shows in Texas down the road. So let's give Seth the break if he makes a mistake once in a while, But no, all joking aside, everybody here probably knows who Seth is. He's judged every major in the state of Texas and quite a few of them across the country, and represents Showtime Sires, where he's the head of a family-owned operation that sells semen on quite a few boars and runs quite a few sows. Farms row crops too up north. And anyways, we're gonna give him a warm welcome, and we sure appreciate his time to take out of his livelihood to be here to give us his expertise on sorting hogs. Class 1 Berkshires is in the ring. They are being placed. If you're in this class, you're about to get scratched. Raise your hand if you're in the holding pen. Not. Class 2 Berkshires, come to the holding pen. You're about to go in.
Well, I think we got a really nice way to start your show off today. This class, there were 7 in it, and all 7 of these hogs are actually pretty nice. And of the 7, these 2 kind of surfaces to the top for me today. We get these 2 out; they just got a little extra range of motion. Their balance and build is a little more top notch. And I like the way these 2 motor and go around the ring, and they held everything together extremely well. Of the pair, I think one's just a little bit longer. From his blade forward. One's probably just a little bit more relaxed in terms of his rear pastern set. That's the young lady's barrel. He does have a little more advantage in terms of weight and size today, in relation to our second place pig here. But, you still take all them totals, the extra length of front, the extra flexibility going away. That one's really good, and he needs to win this class. The barrel in second, again, like I said, not quite as long-necked as what our class winner is, but another one that is put together really well. He's a heavy structured barrel. He's still comfortable out here. Needs to relax his rear pastern slightly, and that'll probably come with a little age and maturity and just some weight to kind of stretch those tendons and get them to relax a little bit more. And the more experience he has out in the ring is going to help that as well. But one that's put together extremely well, very square, front to rear, good looking from the side. Nice barrel to go number 2. The pig coming out next in third. Another barrel here that's just a little bit shorter bodied, maybe a little shorter hipped and rump than our top pair. Another one that I like his build and balance from the side really well. Another one that's very comfortable out here. Just not quite as much look from the side when we look at his front end. The way his head carriage is put together, I see that one is running downhill, maybe just a little bit up front, but another one that I like some things about, does a lot of things right, needs to be at the top end of this class. The gilt that comes out in fourth, another one that's really good in terms of her angles. A sound, comfortable one out here is a little more extreme in terms of her muscle shape than what the one right ahead of her was, but one that just didn't balance maybe quite as well. When you get off the side of that one, another one that wants to run downhill a little bit there, in terms of her front shoulder. But really a neat look, lots of shape, real fresh, well-presented type of a Berkshire gilt. As we get on down here, we've got another one that comes out here in fifth. Just a nice, functional type of Berkshire barrel. Gives up some of the extras found on the top end of this drive, but real complete, fault-free, solid type of a Berk. And we get on down the line here in the other 3. We've got some hogs that maybe just don't balance quite as well, didn't read them quite as crisp in terms of their muscle shape. The young man that comes out in 7th here just needs a little bit more time on this one to go ahead and mature and develop some more muscle and shape. Nice class, guys. Congratulations.
Class 2 Berkshires is about to enter the ring. Class 3 Berkshires, start making your way to the holding pen. Class 3 Berkshires. While Seth's sorting over here, well, I'm going to take this time to I'm going to just start listing all the sponsorships. And if y'all see them walking around the barn, y'all be sure to thank them. But we got C4 Show Pigs, Purple Circle Magazine, Matt and Jamie Saldana, Palmer's Feed. Palmer's Feed is the sponsor of the grand overall in all rings. And I can't remember what Julie calls it, but like the platinum trip, whatever the biggest sponsorship is, they do it multiple times. So y'all be sure to give them your appreciation and hit them up for feed and shavings as they come in and out of the trailer. But give them a big thank you. They help keep this thing running. Same with Second to None Awards. They're one of the top sponsors. All these pretty buckles and brushes and everything y'all see, that's Second to None Awards. So keep hitting them up. Double Take Show Pigs, Evans Show Stock, RK Investments, Supreme Trailer Sales, Sam's Club, Weissman Brothers, West Texas Steel, Walmart, Michael Tosh Show Pigs, WLC Show Pigs, Hankins Show Pigs, Rains Livestock, RW Genetics, Ottenwalter Show Pigs, Hofschulte Genetics, Kent Elliott Roofing, Underdog Genetics, CC Show Pigs, LaSalle Services, Von Rosenberg Custom Homes, Helms Insurance Agency, Darnell Construction, Crawford Construction, Good Construction, The Climb, Texas National, Happy Trails, West Texas Genetics, Supreme Trailer Sales, Five Stone Well Services, Carriage House, Kent Elliott Roofing, Showman Shine, Sutherland and Sons, Ray Show Pigs, Sullivan Supply, Armstrong Backus and Company, The Stud, Conover Show Pigs, Purple Circle, and Showtime Sires. So be sure to give all them people thank you when you see them, and when you get these placings 4 to 6 deep today, and you're getting your entries plus more back. Just keep that in mind to keep supporting this, and we can keep making it happen.
Another real good class with a lot of depth out here. And, I'm going to use the young lady's Gilt there over the far side to win. To me, she kind of couples balance and look and extremities as much as any. Very good range of motion, very sound, very functional, but still has some of the extras we like to look at. From there, it gets a little bit closer on which way we want to do. And I go ahead with the young man's barrel here in second. And one that I like his balance and symmetry from the side, probably just a little bit better than that third place Gilt. But, one whose range of motion from the side is really good. You get behind him, I don't read this one as flexible in terms of the way he uses and hinges with his hock is what that class winner is. He's a little flatter in terms of his muscle and shape from behind as well. But from the side, that's a really good built one. That's very sound, heavy structured, good-looking barrel. That's probably going to have a really good future in the barrel ring. Nice type of hog to be in that second hole. From third, we got another one here that, I think if you get this one in like a breeding Gilt class, she's going to really shine and excel because she does a lot of things right just from a fundamental standpoint. Her function's really good. Her range is good. Very loose and pliable skeleton in this female. She's good in her body shape and her rib shape. Just from this show ring setting right here, she runs downhill a little bit more than that top pair. She's not quite as attractive when you look at her front 1/3 there, the way her head and neck ties into her blade. But hip and hind leg on that one's phenomenal. She's got muscle and shape, just really good type of a brood style prospect. We come out here in fourth. We got another one that has a good look about it. I read this one as being the shortest coupled, of the top end. When we look at the end of that one's nose to its blade, it's just a little bit more jammed up, but she's got a neat look about her, very muscular up the top side of her skeleton. You get behind her, she's a little rounder in her hip than a couple of the other ones out here, but still range of motion's really good. She's heavy skeleton, another nice type of a Berkshire to follow. And we get on down here and another one that comes out really neat looking in terms of that front 1/3. Another one that just isn't quite as flexible and not quite as athletic off of that rear two. A little bit straighter in her hock, a little bit more rigid in that rear pasture, and that's getting critical on a gilt that still has muscle, width, and dimension. As we get on down, go ahead and start dropping them all out if you want. We've got some hogs that just get a little bit shorter in their hip and stride, maybe don't balance quite as well, but still hogs that all have muscle, all have shape, relatively square. We just need to tweak them in a spot or two there in terms of their design to get them moved up anymore. Congratulations to you guys.
Okay, like. Hey guys, we're trying to wrap up the money on Ring D envelopes, and we've got a lot of hundreds and not many 20s. So if anybody's got a wad of 20s or 10s that can help be the bank for us in the office and come exchange out for hundreds, that would be great. We would need 5 20s to exchange out for one $100 bill. Thank you. If we could have those first and second places out of Class 1 and 2 Berks start heading to the ring. Come down the exit alley. We'll pin you from the back. First and second from Class 1 and 2.
think she didn't stay in the pen. Another nice class, maybe a little bit more sort throughout, but we land on these two gilts here up to the top. And young lady with the yellow ribbon, that gilt's going to win for me. To me, she's the most fundamental and brings some of the extras to the table. I don't think she's quite as heavy bone maybe as the gilt in second, but she offers us a better balanced look. From the side, I think she's taller fronted. She's neater looking in terms of her head and neck. She offers us a little bit more spread when you get on the top side of that one. Skeleton, look at the upper part of her blade, the way it ties into a big old back and a big, strong, square hip. From the side, that one, like I said, is really neat in terms of the way she's put together. Very sound, comfortable out here. A nice gilt to start with. The gilt in second offers us a little bit more structure, maybe a little bit more flesh when we get on that one and look at her center body there. At the same time, I read that one, baby, just being a little shorter striding, not quite as good in her balance and her design from the side. Another one that wants to run downhill ever so slightly there, but really square coming and going. Heavy skeleton, good toed type of a gilt. Just ran into a couple problems there to get into that first hole there, but a really nice one to be number two. The barrow in third here, another one that's really neat in terms of his look. Gets the most dry in terms of that one's center body of our top three here. Just needs a little bit more flesh and fill on that one today. But still another barrow out here that's comfortable. He's good looking. He's got some muscle and shape. Just need to fill him up, see some more depth of body to him to get into that top end. As we get on down here, we got another one that's a little bit smaller, lower set to the ground, maybe not quite as elevated, but really comfortable, sound, flexible, fleshy type of a Berkshire barrel. Gives up a little extra look than we found in the upper end of that class, but just a real fundamental, good, solid type of a pig. The next one coming out here in fifth, another one that just gets a little bit plainer in its look, maybe not quite as correct the way it handles those rear two, but still a barrel that's got good body shape and plenty of dimension and mass to go with it. As we get on down the line here, we've got some hugs that come out that just need to be a little sounder on their feet and legs to go any higher today in class, but still have muscle and shape. Nice job, guys. Congrats.
Start bringing your Class 1 Polands, dark OPB, to the holding area. Class 1 dark OPBs. I'll help you in a second. First class?
Well, folks, if you would, real quick, give all these exhibitors a big round of applause, please. Really good breed here in this Berkshire division, and we bring these three out here in the top end to pick your champion and reserve. And, I'm pleased with all three of these just from a functionality standpoint, a build standpoint. These three excel their classes in that regard, and we bring them out here amongst each other. And the decision's actually pretty challenging on which way we want to go. You can make a case for each and every one of them out here, and that's something that just speaks to the quality that you guys brought to this event. And it's going to kind of boil down to personal preference out here on which one I want to use. And I think there's an individual out here that if everything stays in check in terms of the way we develop and grow, and we get to that January, February, March range, to whatever the end goal is. If this one holds together, I think he's going to be a handful because that one's really neat looking from the side. He's got a big end in him and a big back and heavy bone. Feet and toes are really good at this stage in the game. But like I said, everything's got to stay in check as he matures and develops. And if he does that, life's going to be really good for this one on down the road. I like that Barrow that wins Class 1. Congrats. We dropped second place Pig out, and like we talked to him in class, he's not as long from his blade forward, maybe not quite as flexible from his hock to the ground as what our champion was, but one that still, if that one does the right things on down the road, he's going to be very competitive because he checks a lot of boxes today, and just in terms of heaviness of skeleton, look, design, and balance. But we get out here for a reserve, and probably the one that suits me next best, and you guys will see, and you probably have seen in some of these other shows. Usually in most of these breeds, Class 1 is going to be the deepest and the strongest because them hogs are still little and young. They haven't had time to mature and fall apart. As we get older and bigger, it seems like there's becomes more sort within these classes. And, to keep that in mind, and we get out here for reserve. There's another one that is big out here and still correct and functional and is held together and has done the right things. And, I think it's a very impressive individual. We just look at feet and legs, look at design, look at build, look and balance. Really, really good young lady over here that wins the last class. You're going to be reserved. Congrats.
Class 2 Poland start coming to the holding area. We're about to let Class 1 Polands in. Black OPBs.
Yesterday it was like 410 or something.
I don't know. Ryan Huckabee and Parker Workman, your class is entering the ring. We're moving fast today, guys. Y'all need to be ready. We're rolling. Also, we're gonna start ring D as close to 9:30 as possible if the judge is ready. So be ready to roll. We're not wasting time today. No, we're rolling. Let's go. We're setting the stage for the back of the barn right now. We're about to start placing class 1 Polands. If you're coming up here, wave at me. We'll wait. But if you're not here, we need to place. Hey, that's not one of y'all back there. Nobody back there coming, right? In this class? In this class? One here? That's not one, right? Oh. You class 1? Come on. Class 1 is in the ring. Class 2 Polands. Be ready to roll. Class 2 Poland's, you need to be in the holding pen. We're about to wrap up Class 1. Class 2 Poland's, we need you in the holding pen. Class 2.
Real good class of darks here, and I like this barrel here closest to me a great deal. I think that one's built extremely good. You look at him from the side, and he pleases me. He comes and goes, and you're definitely happy in terms of his feet and legs and the way he's hinged and flexes off of both ends. Very, very good. Gives you a good pattern from the side in terms of his looks concerned. At the same time, you get right up on that one. He still has spread, still has muscle and shape. Nice type of a barrel. I think that one's got a bright future. The barrel that's in second follows suit extremely well. Pattern very similar to our class winner in terms of his design, his look, his feet and legs. Another heavy skeleton one. Didn't read this one maybe quite as comfortable out here as our class winner in terms of the way he uses that hip and hind leg. He's a little bit more rigid in his rear pastern at times, but at the same time, I think that one's the second best in terms of having the right pieces and in terms of the way that one's going to go and feed and hold up in terms of the long term. I think that's another one that will have a bright future as well. The Gilta comes in third. She offers us more muscle, offers us more shape today. I think that's very impressive for within this division, how much muscle and shape she has. And she still carries it very fundamentally correct in terms of the way she hinges and moves. She's got a good look about them. I didn't read that one maybe balancing quite as well as the top two, particularly from the side. She wants to run downhill just a smidgen. Another one that just gets a little bit flatter in terms of her feet when we compare her to the top two in this drive, but another one that's extremely high quality, has a lot to offer, just in a little different package than the top pair within this class. The Gilta comes out next, another one that just needs to hinge and move a little more comfortably off the rear two. I like her pattern and build from the side. She's got a great look about her, has plenty of muscle and shape. We just need to see her flex and go a little bit more comfortably. Next one that comes out gets just a little bit plainer in its look. It's still a good functional type of a barrow that has good feet and legs, heavy skeleton, good toes on that one as well. Still has some muscle and shape when you get on top of that one. Maybe gets a little bit longer body, doesn't hold his spine up in him quite as correctly. Another one that comes out here gets a little bit more jammed up in terms of its head and neck, a little bit shorter body, but still another heavy structured, functional type of a Poland. And we round the class off with a couple that just get a little bit smaller, a little bit quicker and rounder in terms of the way they're put together, but have some muscle and shape. Nice class, guys. Congratulations.
Class 1 Durox, you can slowly start making your way. We got to do champion and reserve Poland here in a second, but Class 1 Durox, start making your way to the ring. There's a little more you to account for.
Seth, right here. It's alive.
Another nice class here, and I like the young lady with the yellow ribbon here to win. I mean, this one just has some more extras to her in terms of her foot size, her heaviness of skeleton. You get on top of that one, plenty of muscle and shape working for her out of her loin into a big square hip and rump. When this one gets going and hits her stride, everything kind of falls into place and looks very, very nice. Everything balances, everything's proportional. I think it's a nice one to start with. The Gilton second, maybe not quite as stout in her features. Our class winner, one that maybe has that shoulder blade shifted a little bit forward in her, but hip and hind leg on that one again, really good and comfortable out here. Really good shape to that one. Center body, plenty of muscle and dimension. Nice one to follow into that second hole. The Gilda comes out in third, well presented and good skin and hair on this one. Just gives a little more struggle there from behind in terms of the way it hinges and functions out of her hip and hind leg. Gets a little rigid there in her rear passer. Just need to see her flex down more comfortably with that rear leg. And if we could do that with that one, she would push that gilt in second harder than what she did. The gilt that comes out in fourth, kind of a bigger outline gilt that has a lot of length and extension to her. Another one that just gets a little bit drier in terms of her center body. Just need to see some more fill and flesh on that one to get into that top three. Congratulations to all four of you. Nice class. I can hold it farther away. I can hold it farther away.
Once again, we need lightweight Durox. It looks like there's 8 of you to the holding pin, lightweight Durox. And as we do the champion and reserve polling, we'd like to give another shout out to our sponsors, Kent Elliott Roofing and Underdog Genetics. And if you don't know those guys, hit up Brian Smythe and he can help you out. He's been a big part of this show. And then Underdog Genetics, if y'all don't know who those guys are, I mean, they reserved San Antonio a couple years back. They won the Angelo Gilt Show last year. If I started listing all the champions they've had just in the last 2 or 3 years, I'd be talking longer than I need to because Seth will have the champions already picked. But just when you see Mason, he's a second-year sponsor. He was there from the get-go. Be sure to thank him for doing that and go on and thank all these guys you see. But we commend him for his support and whenever you're ready to find champion hogs in the fall and in the summertime, don't hesitate to call Mason Garner, Underdog Genetics.
Nice division of dark OPBs here, and we bring all 4 of them out here, give them all a once over real quick, and I knew when these classes come in, you kind of always have an idea on which way you're going to go, and I was excited to get these 2 back out here together and compare them amongst each other. But after sorting through them a second time, I think there's a pair that needs to stay together. Thus, the Barrows that win the first class, champion reserve guys. Congratulations.
Benson Cox, you're in the class going in the ring. We're going to start the class. Class 1 Durox. Benson Cox, we're waiting on you. Is that okay?
Yeah.
You can begin bringing Class 2 Durocs to the holding pen. Class 2 Durocs. We'll be waiting for you in the holding pen. Class 1 is already in the ring. Let me get a coffee. This is hot.
It's old.
Tough class of Reds here, and a lot of depth within this drive, but some subtle differences between them all. And I'm going to use the little barrel here. The young lady's driving in the center of the ring to start, and I don't know that he's perfect, but I think he's got a lot of neat things to offer, and it's going to be fun to see what this one does and how he progresses as he goes, because he's got a long ways to go, and I think he may be just a little bit on the quick side. For some, but for some he's probably just right. But this one, the longer he's in the ring, the better he got in terms of his range and function. That one's put together extremely good from the profile. He's got a good look, stout skull in him. He's got a big forearm and blade, a barrel that you get behind him, and he's really square the way he leaves you. probably functions just a little better out of his hip and hind leg as our barrel in second. But I think that one's really neat and, has a bright future. That one's going to win the class. The barrel in second here offers us more heaviness and structure, bigger foot, bigger forearm, bigger rear leg, but, at the same time, maybe gets just a little straighter out of his blade, gets a little flatter in his front foot there. I like the way that one's put together from the side. He's got some muscle and shape on the top side of that one. Skeleton, he's got a good look. He's presented well across the ring. A nice type of a barrel to go number 2. The barrel that comes in third, if we could just get him to take a longer step and stride off his rear 2, he could probably slide into that second hole and, even give that class winner a more of a run for his money than what he did. But, that's where we need to fix him. We just need to be able to get that one to take a longer, looser, more functional stride off his rear 2. He just gets too straight and too choppy there in terms of the way he goes. Front 2/3 of that one's extremely good. I mean, he's tall-fronted, he's strong pasture, and he's good-looking. He's got great skin and hair, beautiful shape to his muscle in terms of the way his loin's hooked into his blade, carries it back to a big full hip and rump. Still square coming and going. Just need to get him to hit another gear and take a longer step. The little boar pig that comes out in fourth, another one that's very neat. And again, the longer he was out here, he probably got just a little bit shorter stepping off of his rear too. If he takes a long enough stride from behind, he can move up the line within this class because he is put together good from the side. Really good head carriage, lots of shape and muscle to offer us. Neat look from the side. Get behind him. He's still square. Just need to see him take a longer step there as he goes. We get on down here. We got another one that we just need to square up as she goes away from us. Really good pattern from the side. Great shape. Good body type of a deal. Just need to see her better the way she leaves us. And as we get on down here, go ahead and start dropping them out, guys. If you got some hogs that just need to go a little bit better in terms of their feet and legs, maybe tweak them as a spot or two in terms of their design. But all in all, nice class of red hogs, guys. Congratulations.
Class 2 Durox is in the ring. We need Class 3 Durox to start heading to the holding area. Class 3 Durox, please head to the holding area. Judge for Ring D isn't here yet, but he should be on time. And this would be your 30-minute warning. Just know we're going to get rolling there in about 30 minutes. That's the plan. As soon as that judge gets here, if it's 9:30, we're going to get rolling.
We got a real interesting class, and we've got a lot of differences in this top three. But I think all three of these individuals are very good in their own right, and they have something else to offer us. Now, I guess the barrel that I'm going to win with is one that give me some challenges at times out here. I think at times he shows me a look where he just needs to take a longer, more fluid stride off of his rear too, and there's other times where he may find another gear and get a little bit more appropriate in terms of the way his range is. But I think that one's really hard to put together in the terms of the way that one's constructed. He's elevated, he's good toed, he's heavy skeleton, he's neat looking. Proportionally everything fits and blends and balances. He's very square coming and going. For one that's that elevated up front, I think his shoulder set is far enough back in him, and that's something that's hard to do within this breed. So that's a really interesting one, I think, and I hope he does the right things on down the road. And if he does, and we can get that range of motion just a little bit more fluid, a little bit quicker out here, I think that one's going to be a handful on down the road because it's really hard to put them together the way that one's put together. Nice one to start with. Now the barrel in second, he kind of grows on you the longer he's out here. His range of motion is better than our class winner. He's not as attractive through his front 1/3. He's not as clean in his joints. He's maybe not quite as coordinated at times out here as he gets going, but I do like the length of stride that he takes. I like the robust chest floor. I like the big blade and forearm in him. Hip and hind leg is pretty good at most of the times. I'd say 80% of the times this one's hip and hind leg looks right. There's another 20% of the time where he looks like he gets off a little bit there on his back left once in a while, but I think that's another one that's very interesting. Just the way he's put together. I mean, that stout and that sound is awfully hard to do. Nice barrel to follow in that two-hole. The gilt in third, I really like her. I mean, she's very attractive and youthful and fresh. She's sound. Her range of motion's good. She gives up a little bit in terms of that center part of her cavity to them two barrels, and rightfully so. They usually will at this stage in the game, especially when we're comparing gilts to barrels. But that one's top line is extremely good. Her pattern is great. Another one here that if she does the right things, I'm assuming on down the road, this one's going to have a good career as well because hip and hind legs extremely good, balance and build from the sides good as well. Now, the young man that comes out in fourth, another one that there's a lot of things I like about this hog in terms of the way he's put together. Just didn't know if he was quite stout enough in his feature to run with them top three. If we can give a bigger forearm and a bigger foot on this guy, he gets real competitive real fast because he's got extra look. He's super sound, very fresh. He's got plenty of muscle and shape. Just need to stouten that one's feature up slightly to get him up a little bit higher. But he kind of ran into a tough class. As we get on down here in fifth and sixth and on down. I mean, we've got feet and legs to kind of sort these hogs. Just need to be a little square, a little bit more flexible as they go from behind. A couple of them, we need to just tweak them a little bit in terms of the way they're put together when you're analyzing them from the side there. But another nice class. Congratulations to all you kids. extremely deep class here at Reds, and there's some in that fifth, sixth hole that certainly be fighting for the top end of the class and some of the other classes we've seen. But the two barrels that I got out in the ring, I mean, honestly, I'd really like to put them both together, and make one because they complement each other. Where the other one's weak, the other one's strong. But I chose the barrel in the center to start with, and to me, that one just has a little bit more of a futuristic look about him. I like his length of front, like his range of motion extremely well. He's not as bold, he's not as ready maybe as that barrel in second. When we look at just his body condition, the amount of muscle that he's got, because he is still a little bit greener, he's still a little bit rawer there in terms of his muscle shape. But I think that one's balance and skeleton is so good, and the way he gets around the ring so effortlessly is something that is going to really help him out in the long haul. I like that barrel a great deal. Now the barrel in second, he's stouter, he's bigger bodied, he's got more rib shape, bigger blade in him. There's more muscle working on that one's top side of the skeleton. He gets a little bit more jammed up through his front 1/3. I'd like to extend him out like that class winner is, and then we're dealing with weights where they still got a ways to go before they're done, and that's where I'm concerned with this one, is that he is long enough fronted for the long haul. With that being said, I mean, this one's hip and hind leg, I think, is the best within this class. I like his drive, I like his squareness. He hinges appropriately, takes a comfortable enough step out here as he goes. Blade back, that one wins the class. Blade forward, that's why he's in that second hole there. Nice barrel to be driving out here today. Congratulations to you. The gilt that comes out in third, just kind of a nice, complete gilt here. She's a little flatter, a little drier in her center body as our two barrels right ahead of her, but another one I like her build and balance, like her skeleton extremely well. She's square coming and going. I like that about her a great deal. The barrel that comes out in fourth gets just a little bit piecier for me. He is really long fronted. He's got muscle and shape, takes a nice long step and stride out here. He just is a little bit off balance to me in terms of the way he's put together. He's a little longer bodied for his elevation. Just need to see him balanced a little differently to get him to that top three. Now the barrel that comes out in fifth is very interesting. I find that one as being extremely stout and heavy bone, big footed. Another one that takes a nice step and stride out here. I need to fix his back left. He wants to twist in too much for me today, and it looks like it's a problem at the ground. He's knuckling that rear pastern and that rear toe a little bit more than he needs to be, and if he gets comfortable out here and drives right, that one's going to fight for the top of the class because he is bold in his center body. He's got muscle and shape. He's extra stout in his feature. Just need to tweak him a little bit in terms of his structure. The next two, go ahead and drop both of them out. We got two that just aren't quite ready probably today in terms of the way they're put together, in terms of their body shape. Good design, good balanced hogs that just need more days on feed. As we get on down the line, we've got another one that comes out, gets a little piecier, good looking, lots of shape, just needs to be stouter featured. And the rest of them in this class, we just need to tweak them a little bit on their structure, make them balance a little bit better. But a nice class to work through, guys. A lot of depth. Congratulations.
Class 4 Durocs to the holding ring.
We're going to go ahead and finish the Durocs before we start ring D, but we will be starting as soon as our judge gets here and we finish the Durocs. Ring D. Following Class 4 Durocs, we'll have the champion drive and then be getting your Class 1s ready in the next breed.
Please give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring. First and second place Durocs, start making your way to the holding pen, please.
Well, again, we got a pair out here that match up pretty well, and I think of the pair, one's just a little more correct in terms of his angles. And that's the young lady with the vest here coming at me. Barrow, I think, is really good. He's stout in his feature. He's good in his look. A Barrow that's got plenty of muscle and shape when you get right on him. I like the way he handles his function across the ring. He's very sound, very fluid, very confident in his step, put together well. Nice Barrow to start with. The Barrow in second, again, patterned a lot like our class winner. His blade shifted a little farther forward in him when we compare him to that class winner. Maybe not quite as square in his knee, but a Barrow, again, I like his elevation, like his heaviness of structure. Really good hip and hind leg. Nice type to follow our class winner. The gilt that comes out in third is very interesting because she is really bold. She's really opened up. She's got a lot of muscle and product working for her. And with that much that she has working there, she handles it really well. She's square coming and going. She takes a long stride out here. Got just a little bit rounder, maybe not quite as stout in her features, our class winner. But we got, a couple more gilts coming out here next. We got one we pulled from the Dead Sea that just balances nicely, good skin and hair, good look about her. Didn't read that one with quite as much to her as what the one right ahead of her was. The gilt that comes out here next, another one that's very opened up, very stout. Gilt that's, again, not quite as sound as the one right ahead of her, but still put together relatively well. And we round the class off with the boar pig that just needs a little bit more feature at the ground. He gets a little more refined in terms of his foot size, but front 2/3 of that one's very, very nice. A boar that's tall fronted, level design, good looking, square coming at you, very sound and functional out here. Just need to stouten his feature up at the ground a little bit more to match all the power that he's got on the top side of his skeleton. But nice class of Durocs, lots of differences there, but lots of quality.
We need all first and seconds in this to come up for the Duroc Champion and Reserve Drive. We're missing class twos. Okay. Well, yeah. Y'all go ahead and bring y'all down too. As soon as we get this guy, we're done. We'll let start this first. I'll take care of the second. Okay. Y'all, we only got 1 second place here. Yeah, what? Second place, last. Yeah, we got all but each second. So we got the class winners. So start with the light one. You'll go ahead and start bringing your Class 1 Hampshires to the holding pin. Class 1 Hampshires. At this point, I'd like to thank our buckle sponsors again. We've got West Texas Steel. At West Texas Genetics, we get all of our metal and sheet metal and I-beam from West Texas Steel. Bubba will treat you right. They are big sponsors for this show and the San Angelo Stock Show, so keep that in mind if you're within the region. That's West Texas Steel. And then we got MTOS Show Pigs. If you don't know who Michael is at MTOS Show Pigs, they've got that HGH board that he's awfully high on. He's using quite a bit. They're just coming off a reserve champion Yorkshire Barrow win at San Antonio. And when you see Michael, be sure to give him a big thank you. He was a sponsor last year as well. So he's been here from the start, just like Underdog. And just be sure to say thank you to him and keep him in mind during show pig buying season that he's supporting us just like we support him. Thank you all very much.
Well, it's definitely been a lot of fun working through the Reds. I think it's been a real good group, guys. If you would, one more time, give it a round of applause to our Duroc exhibitors, please. We get out here for champion, and again, I mean, I like what I see in each and every one of these, and I don't know again if there is just a clear cut winner out here. So again, it's going to kind of boil down to personal taste and preference, but all the way from Class 1 to Class 4, I think we've got 4 hogs out here that are built really good in terms of their angles, hogs that have muscle and shape and can still go good enough for sure. Out here, I guess the one that probably checks the most boxes and still is extreme in terms of skeleton and in terms of the way they're put together and still having muscularity and shape, offering us some show ring look and eye appeal. And does it with the high degree of function. Is one that I think he's a little further along than a couple of the other ones out here, but at the same time, I don't think he's done, and his better days are still ahead of him. That's the young lady who wins the last class. She's going to be your champion. Well, out here for reserve, we dropped that second place in, and balance and build, fits pretty good. Not quite as good in its knee, not quite as good, from hog to ground as what the champion was, but still one that patterned a lot like him. We got out here the other 3. We got our lightweight barrel, really, really neat, and if that one does the right things and goes the distance, he's put together awfully well. We've got the barrel here closest to me, another one that's still a little bit more immature, a little bit rawer in terms of its body shape, but really neat fronted and a barrel that has a tremendous range of motion, has some shape and some eye appeal. And we got the other barrel out here that young man's driving that is put together very uniquely just from a elevation standpoint, heaviness of skeleton, head carriage, extremely good. I picked on him a little in class for just needing to take a little longer step and stride as he goes. And, he's been out here now a couple different times, and I'd say he's probably improved a little bit there off his rear, too. He still needs to go just a little bit more, but I think that one's the most unique. He's going to be reserved. Congrats.
be getting your Class 1 Berkshires ready for Ring D. We've got the judge in order. All we're doing is getting our paperwork guy ready so we're not scrambling, and we will be calling them up. So don't come yet, but be ready. We're about to start.
Please give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring.
Please bring your Class 1 Berkshires to Ring D. Class 1 Berkshires, Ring D. We're going to get it rolling 2 rings. Once again, it's going to be moving pretty quick. So if you're in Class 2 Berkshires, you might start shining them up as soon as the Class 1s get in the ring. What's that?
If it's like an up-eared bird or something, or an up-eared spot, discretion.
Class 1 Berkshires. We need you in the ring D. Class 1 Berkshires. Huh? All right, we're waiting on 2 more Berkshires, Class 1 and Ring D, but we are going to start dropping them in. Give us a wave or something if you're in the other ring and you're about to quit, be out. Give us a wave, let us know, and we'll be a little bit patient with you. Ava, Luke, are you coming to the ring? Okay, we're good. Don't hurry. You're good. You're good. Don't panic. Ready, Dave?
Class 2 Hamps to the holding ring A, or C, sorry.
Whatever you want.
Really good pair out here at the top end of your first Hampshire class, and differences in these two is quite a few. But I think both of these are very, very good, very solid, very unique animals. The Gilt's going to win the class. I mean, she just offers us a little more spread through that center body, a little more spread up high, but most importantly, she takes a longer step and stride as she goes. She's a little stronger on her pastern, especially up front there when you read her from knee to the ground. But a Gilt is just very comfortable, athletic, confident in her stride out here. Plenty of muscle and shape, plenty of width and dimension. Really good look about her. She collectively puts a lot of balance together. Really nice Gilt to start with. The Boar Pig in second, maybe he's a little bit more unique. He's a little more elevated. He's a heavy skeletoned animal. He's got a really sharp front end in him. He's got a nice skull laid in him. He's not quite as opened up, not quite as bold right at the top of his blade into his rib is what our class winner is, but he just needs to take a little longer stride from behind. Wants to get a little too choppy off his rear too. Another one, we want to just strengthen his front feet some, at this particular weight. That's a concern, but I mean, if we hold together and do the right things, that one's awfully, awfully good. Really a nice gilt that comes out in third here. Really unique in terms of the way her head and neck comes out of her blade. A gilt that's got a lot of shape. Really, really good hip and hind leg in this one. Just gets out horsed in this drive. There's not as much feature, not as much body as what we find in that top pair, but I think she's very fresh, very well presented. A gilt that's very comfortable out here all the way through. Nice type of a gilt to be in the third hole. The gilt that comes out in fourth, another one that gives you a good look from the side. I like her pattern. She gets a little more tubular in terms of her appearance in relation to the upper end of that class. Maybe fix her a little bit when she comes directly at you in her knee, but rear two-thirds of that one's awfully good. Another one that comes out here in fifth gives you a good look from the side. Another one I'd like to fix the range on that one. The way she steps and strides off of her rear too. Gets a little bit shorter in her step. Just like to see a little bit more comfort and flex there. As we get on down here, we've got some hogs that just need a little bit more to them. A couple of them aren't quite ready yet. A couple of other ones maybe just don't have quite the balance found in the upper end of this class. But all these hogs that we're letting out of the gates here are all relatively good designed, relatively good in terms of their feet and legs, and have plenty of muscle and shape. Nice class of Hampshires. Congrats.
Ring D, we need Class 2 Berkshires in the holding pen. Class 2 Berkshires.
Well, good morning. It's certainly a pleasure to be back here, and I think the show's going to go very well, and certainly a top end here that give and take a little bit, but for me, the one that wins the class and does so handily is the young lady here in the red. I think that's just an awfully good balanced one that's really attractive up through her front end, stout up top, and handles everything very well. Just a very good place to start. Now, certainly the barrel here in second is heavier structured. I do like that barrel's extra stoutness that he has at the surface. I don't see him quite as sound. Excuse me, quite as sound. Probably don't get out and handle his hind leg as good as that gilt that starts the class. But again, a very good barrel. In third's a very sound, very easy moving gilt that certainly gets out and travels very well. I don't think she's quite as level as those hogs around her. She's not quite as balanced maybe as some of those ones directly ahead of her, and that's mainly due to the fact she's a little bit off in her hip. A really good built one that comes next, and certainly like this one's extra length of body, the way he travels. For me, he's just not quite stout enough as he comes next, those hogs in front of him. The young lady's hog that comes next is certainly one that's extremely stout featured. Just simply has to be a little longer out of her hip and sounder to get it be higher in this particular class. There you go.
Are you 3 or 2? Checked off. Class 2 Berkshires is entering the ring. Class 2 Berkshires in ring D. Tell me when we're all there, Neil. Adeline Pugh, you're in this class. Are you coming? We'll wait on you. We got one more coming in.
Please give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring.
Ring D, we need your third class of Berkshires heading up here. Ring D, third class.
Class 3 Hamps to the holding pin, ring B, C. I don't know what ring I'm in. So sorry, I'm so confused. I'm very sleep deprived.
Braylon Walgren, we're waiting on your hog for Class 3 Berkshires. Braylon Walgren, please get your hog to the ring.
Outstanding class here, and I think the very competitive top trio of bears at surface, and for me, the one that wins the class does so handily. Big-footed, heavy-duty, stout constructed, and still one that has a great picture profile and certainly gets out and handles the ground. I think that one's going to feed extremely well. That's an awfully good bear to start the class. And certainly seconds are really powered up, stout made one that I love his extra mass and product that he's going to have to him. Really bold made, big bodied, big ribbed one. For me, when I step in behind him, he's not quite as square in his toes. He doesn't quite hinge as good as that barrow starts a class, but again, awfully powerful top pair of barrows to start this particular class. And third's the one that kind of follows suit just in terms of having some stoutness, a really flexible skeleton kind of a pig. And for me, just need to clean him up through his front 1/3 a little bit. I do love him from a shoulder back. He's the soundest structured. He's a big-footed, heavy-duty kind of a barrow. Just like to make him a little more attractive up through his front end. And fourth and fifth, kind of different what they offer. And certainly this young young lady's gilt that comes is a really sound-made, flexible one for me. Just doesn't have quite as much to her. When I step in behind her, she's the frailest of the top four, but again, awfully good gilt from the profile. In fifth is one from her hip forward I really like. She's got that awesome stoutness to her skull. She's really pretty from the side. I love the shape she has up top, but for me, she's just not quite sound enough as she leaves me. If you could, give these kids a nice round of applause for an excellent class.
Over here in the Hampshires, I think we got another pair out here that are extremely good. And of this pair, one balance is just a little bit better. Range of motion is better. I like the function out of that one's hip and hind leg, extremely good. And then that's the young lady with the braid there in her hair. I think that one, was put together extremely well. There's just not a whole lot wrong with him, muscularity and power-wise. I mean, there's all kinds of it and still stays in check. When you get behind that one, everything remains inside its skeleton, handles it comfortably across the ring. Nice one to start with. The barrel in second probably is a notch stouter in terms of his feature. At the same time, I don't see that one quite as coordinated, particularly out of his hip and hind leg is what our class winner is. Maybe doesn't balance up and give you that extra look up front than what we found in our class winner, but I think that one too is another one that's designed very well, extremely stout in its structure, really good in its range of motion. Really a nice gilt that comes in third here. Just not a whole lot wrong with this one at all. Very sound, comfortable, square and correct. Good build from the side. In this particular drive, she just run out of a little gas to compete with that top pair, but I think that one has got a bright future on down the road. The pair that comes out next, the front two-thirds of this one, I like a great deal. His range of motion is really good as well. He just gets a little too pinched in his ham-loin junction there. If we could just smooth the top side of that one skeleton out a little bit better, I think that one would push a little bit harder towards the top of the class because front two-thirds is really good. Elevation up front, length of front. Good looking, plenty of muscle and shape and power, just fixing that one spot. The next barrel that comes out, another one that's good pattern from the side, gives up a little bit more muscle and shape when you get right behind that one. As we get on down the line, we've got some hogs here that maybe just need a little more stoutness, a little bit more to them at this stage in the game, but all in all, relatively good in terms of their design and look. Congratulations to all you exhibitors.
Check. We'll be doing the champion Berkshires, and we need the dark OPBs for Ring D to be on standby. Class 1 dark OPBs, Ring B.
A class maybe not quite as dominating as the class was in the second class there, but I think too the surface very handling for me, and this is one you could flip and go either way. I prefer the extra body, the functionality, the stoutness in the young lady's gilt here in the red. I think that one's really proportioned well, big bodied, bolt sprung, got a nice look up front, super flexible there as she comes out of her front end, and certainly both these gilts do need to have a little bit more flex from behind, and I thought this gilt just had a little bit more true dimension when I stepped right in behind her, and certainly got a bigger set of legs as she goes directly away. A really up-headed, stout-made gilt that comes next, and love that one up through her front end for her feature, her head and neck, her shape up top, her chest width and squareness to the ground. For me, gets a little bit short at the top of her hip and consequently comes up shorter in her stride there. I'd like to see her just have a little bit more flex and reach as she goes right away from me. But again, a really unique gilt from the profile. The hogs that come out next here, a young lady's got a really stout made bearer, one that I think's got a lot of bone and product in him. For me, he's just not quite as high quality. He's not quite built as good as the hogs directly in front of him. Young man's hog that comes next is the one that's got really good shape down his top there, one that's really shapely and got a nice look about it. But for me, when I get right on top of that gilt, she didn't have quite as much bone. She didn't have quite as much feature. I do like that one's length of body and her added expression. Young lady's a hog that comes next here in fifth, and certainly doing a nice job showing her hog out here, but one that just really stout made for me, just not quite as good built as those hogs ahead of it. I do like that one's extra power and dimension. A very nice class to end this division.
Please give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring.
Check. At this moment, I'm going to introduce Nathan Ray, our judge. Ray Show Pigs. If you haven't heard of Ray Show Pigs, they've been putting out boars that reproduce and breed on, and people value them not just on the way they look, but their genetics as well. They're able to lay down and be functional and still compete in the show ring, and he's the kind of guy that raises good livestock, not just pigs, just good livestock in general. And he's a dying breed and the kind of guy that we need in the ring at these shows whenever we want quality sorted in a way that comes from a guy that's been around the block and been in the business. So let's put our hands together for our judge. Thank him for taking time out of his livelihood to get down here from Illinois and sort these hogs. Also, I want to take this moment as we get the buckles for the Berkshires in here to say thanks to some of our sponsors. That'll be on this set, Ray Show Pigs and the Carriage House. If you're not doing anything later in the day, go find the Carriage House on Knickerbocker Road. All you ladies that want to stay fashionable and buy Christmas presents, it is an awesome, awesome store, and they're a second-year donator. And like I said, Ray Show Pigs, that'd be Nathan here in the ring. He's also a sponsor of this show. Thank y'all very much.
Class 4 Hamps to ring C.
First of all, if you would help me congratulate these exhibitors out here in this breed drive. It's a very competitive drive, and I think it comes down to two of the hogs out here, and they differ in what they offer, but certainly are a little bit more maybe different in their type and kind. I think there's one that's a little more opened up, one that's a little bit squarer and heavier constructed. And again, there's some give and take in it. I like the young man's bear out of Class 2. He's going to be champion. Yeah, that second place bear comes out here, and again, just so powerful and stout, and one that's really opened up. And I think that one's going to make a really good heavyweight someday. And for me, maybe not quite as good at the surface as another one out here. I think there's another one that takes flexibility to a whole new level, has power, has look, has some extras to her. For me, maybe compared to the champion, not quite as square as she leaves me, not quite as heavy in her bone work. A young lady here in the red is going to be reserved.
Don't screw this up, please. That was right? Class 1 Poland's is entering the ring right now. If you're in Class 1, get in the ring. Class 2 Poland's, Black Low PBs, they need to start coming to the ring and get in the holding pen.
Well, definitely the deepest breed we've had, or the deepest class within this breed we've had. And, the two pigs that are out in the ring right now, these are the two, really good built, functional, length of stride is important, and both of these two have it. Both of them have look. Both of them have balance. Of the pair, one's got more structure, one's got more body, and that's the young lady's gilt here closest to me. I like the upper hip in that one, carries the squareness to the ground extremely well with a big foot all the way to the surface. Range of motion is extremely good for that kind of structure and for that kind of power. Now the barrow in second, really good looking as well, good design, good proportions, good balance. But when we compare him to the gilt that wins the class, he's more refined in his feature. You study him at the surface. He stands on a smaller foot, a smaller ankle, but he's still, range of motion is extremely good. like his hip and hind leg function better than the barrel that comes out in third. The barrel in third, extremely unique. I mean, this guy is big bone, tall fronted, level design type of a barrel. He's got a good look about him through that front 1/3. I think he comes at you better than the barrel right behind him in this class, but he is a little straighter and a little bit more rigid in his rear pastern the way he moves. If we could just set him down, relax him a little bit more, give him a little more flex and comfort, I think his range of motion would be better. He doesn't bend his hop quite as good as what the two ahead of him do, but that one's an awfully unique one to be in that third hole, just from his design, his heaviness of skeleton, and his look. I mean, that's a nice hog. Best third place barrel we've had today. The barrel in fourth, again, another one that's kind of same suit as the barrel in third. I mean, extra stout, good looking type of a barrel. Just wants to swing him a little bit around the outside of his body. The longer he's out here, he gets a little wore out faster than some of the others in here, but another highly competitive Hampshire barrel within this drive. Young ladies barrel that comes out, another one I like really well from the side. We get behind him, kind of clean that hock up, maybe give him a little more set and flex as well. But from the side, that one's awfully good. As we get on down the line, we've got some hogs that just need to go a little bit differently, particularly off of their rear too. But we still have look, we still have balance, we have some function to them. Just like to see them square up a little bit the way they leave us. Maybe give them a shot of muscle and shape when we get right behind them. Nice class, guys. Congratulations.
Yeah, really a really good barrel here for me to start off this class, and the fundamentals are here just in terms of squareness and basics of rib body and capacity, and still balances from the profile. Take it a step further, that one's extremely square made, he's extremely sound. That's a very, very high quality animal to start this class. In second and third, they differ significantly in what they offer, and I elected to use the gilt here in second. Certainly both these hogs should be readjusted in their skeletal build from behind. I thought that one reached further ahead, had more flex to her hock, and one that, again, balances up and has a little fresher skin and hair, fresher top line compared to that barrel in third. The barrel in third is extremely heavy duty. That's an opened up, tall fronted, stout featured one. Really good made, square in his overall makeup. But for me, he wants to plant a little bit funny in his rear toes. He too wants a hinge tight out of his hip, and he's the stalest of the top four. And 4 and 5 differ in what they offer, and certainly from the side, 4 is extremely powerful, stout skulled, good shape, simply needs to be square from hock to ground. Young lady's barrel here in fifth, it's got some potential for me. I think that one's proportioned enough. If they get that one to set down in his hock and just flex better, and right now that one's a little plain in his shape, but an awesome set of hogs to start this division.
Ashlyn Pugh, your class 4 Hamps are going in the ring.
In Ring D, we need y'all to be getting your Class 1 Durocs ready. We're in Class 2 Black OPBs, and we're going to do the champion Black OPB drive, and then we're going to start on Class 1 Durocs. Don't bring them up yet, but be ready.
Again, here's a pair on the top end that you could certainly justify going either way. And I think the one that starts the class probably has the most extras for me, and certainly like some things about the second place one. The young lady here in the white's going to win this class. And I think it's just due to range of motion, overall stoutness, and has a better look up front. And certainly one that just get on top for really good shape up top, and certainly like to drop her down in her rib and flank ever so slightly and maybe square a notch out of her hock comparatively. And certainly the gilt here in second does that. She's a fresher bodied, fresher top hog. For me, gets a little bit uncoordinated in the rear leg movement, gets a little smaller in her foot and her feature comparatively, and simply doesn't want to set down and flex quite as good in her lower joints. The hog that comes out next is one that has lots of shape and muscle, and one that just needs to balance up a little bit better from the profile. But again, love the extra muscle and mass. Gets a little rounder for me compared to those top two. The young lady's hog here in fourth is one that's long-bodied, really lean design, and certainly going to be a high cut and carcass here. But that one for me is just a little bit too flat in her body. Just needs to be a little bit sounder and fresher in her overall look. Good luck, all right? Thank you. Good luck. Young lady, good luck. Are we waiting on Flint or are we going to keep going?
And my dad, they're standing right over the rain.
No, you can go. I got it. I got it if you want to go.
You just leave yours out, fine. Hey, you just leave yours out, okay? All right. We're not going to wait on that second for the first class.
You need it? Oh, he's right there coming. You want to bring him in?
No, just wait here. Outstanding pulling division, and certainly two that different what they offer, and one I think that comes to the forefront just in terms of productive body type and looks like a show pig and just so good everywhere. A nearly flawless skeleton, especially in this breed, to have that much rib capacity and look. I think this one's extremely good. Young man's got champion in this breed. Gets a little closer for reserve for me, and both the hogs have different structural dilemmas, and one's a little fresher and one's significantly stouter, and certainly I still think there's one significantly higher in quality just in terms of stoutness, feature, extra bone work, and shape up top, and I think long-term potential, a young lady's going to have reserve in this breed.
First and second place Hamps, make your way to the holding pen, ring C. First and second place Hamps, make your way to ring C holding pen.
Okay, that's fine.
Do you want like
we're paying, I thought, 5 on this. It's going to get.
Roger, he wants to sift these, so.
No, we're doing it.
Oh, do it? Okay. We take your placement page down this way and take it back. Leave your seat right here.
I just drop them out and pick your best. And then we'll out, and then if they sit, you'll hit I didn't use that's what I would do. You need an open name for it. Really good. I don't want to do that.
Maybe not quite as much depth over here in this class as what we just had, but top end still really really good. And the barrel that wins for me out in the center of the ring, I think that one just blends and balances so well. I mean, everything's proportional on that guy. Very easy moving across the ring. Maybe not a freak in any particular area, but that one is super stout and just dang good in every area. I mean, I like his balance, like his blend. He's got look to him. He's very comfortable out here. Takes appropriate length of stride and step out here. Plenty of shape to that center body. Big old back and hip working for him and keeps it really square. Nice one to start with. The gilt in second maybe doesn't balance quite as well as our class winner. Gets just a little bit flatter in her forerib. Shoulders set forward in her maybe ever so slightly, but range of motion and function out of that hip and hind leg, extremely good. And she's got some muscle shape working down her back. Big square hip in her as well. Good look. Nice type of a gilt. Tweak her in a spot or two. Maybe push that class winner a little bit more than what she did. The barrel that comes out in third here is another one that I like his pattern, like his angles and design. For this particular class, he kind of ran out of muscle. Needs more shape, more gas in the tank, if you will, as he goes away from us. But from the side, that one's put together really good. Really good head carriage, range of motion, extremely good. Barrel that's got some depth of body and some flesh to him. Just needs some more muscle and shape to compete that top pair. We get on down here. We got another one that comes out of gilt that's just kind of basic and functional. Nothing extra about her. I mean, gets a little bit narrower coming right at you for the amount of bulk and mass she has at the top side of her skeleton, but still sound and handles it really good. Like her pattern from the side. The barrel that comes out next, or gilt that comes out next, gets a little bit long and snaky looking in this drive. Maybe see a little bit more flesh on that one. Obviously, she's hanging in the ear today, kind of probably throws her off a little bit, but another heavy skeleton one. Young man's barrel that comes out next, a little low set to the ground, maybe a little tubular in his look. Like to see him a little more elevated. Like to see more body in that one as well. As we get on down here, we got some hogs that just need to be a little bit stouter in their feature. Maybe see them blend and balance a little differently. Nice class. Congrats.
Class 1 Durox needs to be in Ring D. We're about to start Class 1 Durox, Ring D.
Gene Patham, Emery, Robertson, those three.
Emery Robinson, Gene Parham, and Jaden Boyd. Be heading to the ring, please. Your class is entering Ring D. I know. Everybody's picking and choosing which ones their hogs going. They're both different.
I need the second place Hamps in from class 1 and class 2.
Class 2 Durocs, please start heading to ring D. Class 2 Durocs.
Second place Hamp in class 1 and 2. Bree drive has started. Class 1 spots, you can start making your way to ring C holding pin.
We're a good set of hamsters to work through, guys. Congratulate each and every exhibitor that come through the ring with a hamster, because there was a lot of stoutness in that division. Guys, put your hands together one more time for your hamp exhibitors, please. So we get out here again. I mean, just kind of like some of the other breeds we've had. I've liked all four individuals out here extremely well. I think maybe this one isn't quite as close as a couple of the other divisions in my mind, and obviously that's my mind only. But there's one out here that I think's a tank and a ton, and one that's super sound and put together just perfect in terms of the way his angles are. He's got a good look about him. A barrow that's got extra muscle, extra bone, extra feature, and still so comfortable out here. Young lady wins the last class out here is going to be your champion. Congratulations. I might get just a little bit closer out here for reserve, and of the four out here, I think it's kind of a two-horse race. Not to take anything away from the other two, but to me, it comes down between the Gilt that the young lady's driving and the barrel right here to my left. I think both of those two probably excel the other two a little bit, just in terms of the way they're put together. When we look at their angles and their range of motion, so good between them both. Both of them had a lot of look about them. They're very square animals as well, the way they come at you, and they stay proportional. I like that about them. I think range of motion between the pairs probably a wash. I think it's really close on which way you want to go, I guess. Between the two, I think one's maybe just got a little bit more to her, a little bit stouter in her feature, and just a little bit further along today. I think maybe just a little bit more correct at the top part of its hip, and that's getting real critical between this pair here. But I like both of them a great deal, but it's real close. I'm going to use the Gilt to be reserved just because she's a little stouter in her feature, a little bigger in her foot. Nice type of a Gilt. I think that one's got all kinds of spread. She reads with a bigger back in her, a bigger hip, and a bigger end in her, and still handles it very comfortably. Nice job. Congratulations.
Last call for Class 2 Durocs, ring D.
Okay, sir, you'll be second. You'll be first. An interesting lightweight class of Durocs, and certainly there's going to be lots of opinions on the size differences, the maturity differences in these hogs, and again, and just looking at them and try to weigh some totals here and get the good livestock up, and still the ones that have the basics and fundamentals to get to the next level as they feed throughout the maturity curve. For me, the Gilt that wins the class does so fairly handily, and certainly we could make her just a nickel stronger in her pasterns if you want to get really critical. But I think that Gilt's really stout featured. She's heavy muscled, she's big hip, but for me, she's got a beautiful hind leg, really functional, really loose out of her hind leg, especially how she goes down to her lower joints, and certainly she might need to stride a little further ahead, but the barrel in second doesn't counter that. He's a big bone, really balanced barrel, and when the young man gets his head up, he does a really good job of silhouetting for the profile there, and I think one that has certainly got some things to him. I guess for me, that one gets a little bit straighter in the shoulder. He wants to push up and make his front end just a little bit more compacted looking for me, and still I think that barrel's got a great future. That one's going to feed really good down the road. The one that comes next, again, one I thought had great maturity pattern, a little longer bodied, more extended kind of a hog, and certainly like to make that one's hip longer to match the extra length of body that he has. When I step in behind that hog, he's the squarest pin pinned. He's the biggest rib. He's the stoutest featured of those hogs. I think that one, when his skin and hair gets a little bit more dialed in and he matures, he's going to be awfully, awfully good. The barrow here in fourth, or the boar pig in fourth, is one that has some unique things about him, and certainly like to square him in his blade, set him square in his feet, and just see him a little bit later in his skeletal maturity. But I think that one, he brings some unique things to the table, back shape, rib cage, capacity. He's super powerful back out of his hip and hind leg. For me, just looks a little bit more quicker in his overall skeletal maturity. The hog that comes next is one I do like from the profile, and certainly got some good things about him. For me, gets a little quicker in his step from behind. He too just needs a shot more belly to balance up for me. I really like the barrow's profile that comes next, and that one's got some body and some shape to him. Gets a little bit frail in his construction. He's the smallest footed, lightest featured barrow in the class, but again, a very nice class to start off the Duroc show.
Nice little class of spots out here, and I'm going to use the young lady's guilt to win. And to me, everything just kind of proportions and balances the best within this drive. I think from the side, she's put together extremely well. She's got some of that extra look, extra bone and feature as well. But I think her maturity pattern is right. And where she's so much better than a lot of them in this class is when you get right behind this guilt and watch the way she uses that hind leg and goes away from you and stays square and functional and true. I think it's a nice one to start with. Now, the barrow that's in second, I mean, he's green as a gourd. There's not a lot there in terms of muscularity yet, but I think structurally and skeletally, that one's very, very good. He's got extra extension up front. He's got big feet and big legs. His length of body's right. His top line's put together in him right. When that one goes ahead and matures and gets a little bit more muscle and shape to him, I'm thinking that one's going to be pretty competitive on down the road. Now, the widest, biggest bodied one comes out in third, and at the same time, she is a little shorter fronted than the two right ahead of her. Maybe not quite as elevated, not quite as late in her maturity pattern, but at the same time, she's sound, she's functional, takes a nice step and stride out here, has a good enough look about her, but just kind of a nice gilt that maybe needs a little bit more stretch there at this stage in the game. Nice gilt. As we get on down here into the fourth hole, we got another gilt there from the side. You really like that one in terms of her pattern. Her look is really good. You get behind her. We just need to square her hind leg up to get her any higher. Same with the next gilt coming out. Another one from the side, extremely good. Get behind her. Just need to change the way she uses that hind leg. We'll round the class off with another barrow that's very long and extended. Needs more muscle and shape, and probably just a little bit too long, but he's plenty on the green side as well. But I think in some form or fashion at some point in time, this one's probably going to turn out pretty nice when he gets some muscle and shape to him because skeletally he's right. Nice class, guys. Congrats.
Class 2 spots. You need to be in the holding pen in ring C. Class 2 spots.
Class 3, Durocs, ring D. Class 3, Durocs, ring D.
You know, here in the second class of Durocs, got a lot of stout, heavy-duty hogs out here. For the most part, just need to see a little bit sounder constructed package. Some of these hogs are very good from the profile, but just simply have to move a little bit better for me. If you would help me congratulate these exhibitors as they exit the ring here and we work through the top 6 or 7. Hey guys, good luck, all right? Okay. Boom. Gotta get that pig in the middle of the ring. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. All right, here we go. Hey, that pig looks totally different when he's moving like that, okay? Nice job. Okay, hey, we're gonna put that one right back in 7. Just needs to move a little better, okay? Okay, put that one in. Hey, sir, just needs to move a little better, okay? Okay, step forward. Step forward, please.
Class 3 spots can start making your way to the holding pen for ring C. Class 3 spots.
Okay, give me 5th right here.
Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring.
Okay, it'll be 4th here. Okay, then give me one more time, please. Okay, you'll be 2nd, you'll be 1st. class of Durocs here for me presented some challenges just in terms of maybe not finding the one I just absolutely fell in love with. But once this young lady gets this one on the drive and you call him fresh enough, for me, he has to win. I think that hog's extremely attractive from the profile up through his front end. Like I said, he could be a little fresher in his skin and hair and certainly maybe holding this barrow at this point. But once that barrow gets a little bolder ribbed and just fleshier and matures, I think that one's going to be awfully good. For me, the extra stoutness of feature, the bonework, the blade, the extra hip and hind leg, and the hind leg function, certainly a really sound made barrow that's extremely good from the profile. Like I said, just a very good barrow to start the class. In seconds, one I like for his productive body type. He's got a big rib cage in him. He's stout in his feature. I like to maybe stretch him out of his front end and out of his hip as well and just make him a little bit longer from there in those two regards. But again, I like that one's squareness and his stoutness. I think he's more opened up and square in his knee. I think he's got a better shoulder set than the barrow here in in third. The barrow in third here, I love that one's front end, the extra shape up top, the way his muscle carries all the way down into his hock, and certainly feedability long-term should be in this one's favor. He's extremely square from behind. For me, I just like the setting back in his shoulder and see him just a little bit stouter in his bonework comparatively. Obviously, he's not as mature as those hogs. I think this one could be as good as the other two and maybe even better down the road. Today, he just needs set back in his blade for me. The barrel that comes next is one that has true shape up top and stoutness to him. I like his head and his feature and his extra muscle and capacity. For me, he has to be sounder on his front feet. He, too, wants to just hinge a little bit tighter comparatively, but I think that barrel's got some really unique things about him. Young man gets him shown, and that one gives a really good profile. The hog that comes out next is, again, one that has good shape up top. I love this one from the profile. When he comes to me, he's the most in his knee. He's the narrowest at the surface. From the profile, he's as good as anything. And again, long-term feedability. If that barrel just opens up through his chest and down to the ground, I think that one could be a really good one. Just not quite as stout as those hogs today.
Nice class here, and again, I mean, lots of differences to talk about. And I felt the two Bears out in the ring right now are probably the two highest quality. I mean, they bring the most positives to the table, and not to say that either one of them are perfect because they're far from it, but they have some future about them. Just to describe them quickly, we've got the young ladies bear over there who takes an awesome step and stride out here. Best hip and hind leg in the class in terms of just range of motion and functionality. He's not quite as attractive through that front 1/3 as a couple of the other ones down the line here. He's a little crustier at the top of his pole, maybe ties in to his blade. They're just a little bit lower, and that's the advantage the young man's got right here. That one's really high-headed, head and neck come out high. Top side of that one, skeleton's extremely good. I don't read that one quite as good going away from a range of motion standpoint. He is a little straighter in his hock, maybe not quite as square when you analyze him right there at the surface, particularly his rear left, but front 2/3 of that one is extremely good. So it's close on which way you want to go, and I mean, those are the differences I see. I think muscle-wise, it's pretty much a wash between these two, but I think at the end of the day, which one's going to get the most looks coming through the show ring under various different judges as the young man's bear. He's going to be first. The young lady's going to be second. Nice pair. The young lady's Gilta comes out in third here. I wish I could have seen this one in the first class because I think she balances up and fits in maybe a little bit better within that drive, but that one's really nice. I mean, you look at her structure, extremely good. She's muscular, handles it. Range of motion is extremely impressive for a spotted hog. Her top line set in her right. In this particular drive, she just kind of got out horsed. One that maybe is not quite as elevated up front as the two barrels, but one that you got to appreciate the soundness, the flexibility, the functionality that she has. Still has look, still has muscle, still maintains squareness really well. The young man's barrel that comes out here next, maybe not quite as coordinated as a couple of them there, particularly off his rear two there. Wants to throw him around once in a while. I didn't read him with quite as much shape there when you get behind him and look at his upper hip and ham. But from the side, that was put together really nice. The young lady's Gilta comes out next. If we could just redesign her hind leg, give her more flex and comfort as she goes, we can move her up as well because the front 2/3 of that one, awfully good as well. As we move on down the line, we've got some hogs here that just maybe didn't balance quite as well, or maybe just a little bit too green in terms of where we're at in this stage of the game. I think in time they're going to catch up to it, and they'll be just fine when we get to them heavier weights in terms of their body shape and their muscle mass. But for today in this setting, they just need a little bit more to them. Nice class, guys. Congrats.
First and second place Durox. Come to the holding pins. First and second place Durox.
This class a little harder to put together just in terms of the shapes and sizes that they come in. And, the top two differ significantly in what they offer. I like the Barrow to start here just in terms of how he puts everything together. For me, he's a high-quality hog that's certainly got some build to him. And he's not perfect in his structure, but that's a big set of bones and a cool neck and one that's really put together well from the side. And certainly as he matures and sets more weight from behind, I think he'll hinge a little bit more secure. But that Barrow, to me, has the most upside potential. And certainly the gilt that's in second here is pretty good made for one that carries that much muscle. For me, she was on the borderline of being a little round, and if she just kind of set down sound enough, she wants to maybe throw her hip ever so slightly. But again, within this class, I still think she's sound enough. She's got lots of product, very loose made for carrying that much muscle. Certainly not as attractive as the Barrow that starts, not as good in terms of foot size and bone work as the Barrow that starts the class. And certainly the three, here's a Barrow that comes out with just a huge chest, or a really square build, big set of legs and stout featured. I love his extra shape he has up top. For me, he wants to chop too much from behind, gets the most restricted of his hind leg movement. You step in behind that one. I think he's got a big time view from behind just in terms of how his hind leg sets square to the ground. But again, for the profile, I've got to see him move just a little bit sounder from behind to win this class. But the Barrow here in fourth is one I do like just in terms of his body shape and extra spread up top. With that, he gets quicker in his skeletal maturity up through his front end there. He's a little shorter. He's a little crustier. He too wants a hinge a little bit tighter from behind, and certainly like to pick him up just a little bit on his front feet. A young lady that did a great job showing her hog here and not giving up, and at times this hog can look really off balance, but when she gets her head up, she can really level her out and get her stuck on the side there. For me, she wants to throw her hind leg just a little bit too much for me to move her up, but I think that one's got some products and power, and she gets her stuck. She does a really good job presenting that hog. The hog that comes next is one I thought had some potential, just certainly needs to be sounder from behind. And one I really like I said, just need to loosen that one up, clean her up in her joints, but a nice set of Durocs for this heavier class. Yeah, this last class Durocs.
Yeah, we're doing breed champ now. Class 1 is over here. Class 1 first place is over here. So we got to find all the class 1s. Should be three first places. So first place here. First place down there, and we got a first place over here.
At this point, we'd like to give another appreciative announcement to WLC Show Pigs for sponsoring the buckles. As long as a lot of other people, Evans Showstock. If you haven't been paying attention to Evans Showstock, they're up there in the Midwest, and they got a real good thing going with these crossbreds. They just come off a win with the champion Dark Cross at Dallas, and they actually had the overall at this show last year. Speaking of the overall at this show, if y'all notice that popper over there by the WTG booth, that's going to the overall Barra. The hog that's in the top 5 the most times is going to win that popper and take it home. So tell your friends when you go home what the grand overall 4 rings wins. And the way we do that, the one that enters the top 5 the most wins. If they don't have top 5, it's a 4-way tie and we go to tiebreakers. But right now there's already one that's been in the top 5 twice, so he's leading the race right now.
Really good set of Durocs out here for Champion Drive. And again, they're at different stages in the maturity of the lightweight. I think one that's extremely square made, good built, got a great hind leg in her. I think that one's really fresh, and for where she's at, I think that one's got a lot of upside potential. And the two heavier barrows, maybe differ in what they offer, and certainly the Class 2 barrow, I would like to maybe set him back in his shoulder and just see him a little fresher. The barrow here that comes out of that last class is one that's awesome from the side. Just like to open him up a little bit down low. For me, there's one that puts everything together: chest width, power, freshness. Young lady's lightweight's going to be champion. For reserve, it may be a little bit closer there. I like that second place one out a lot. I like again, setting back in his shoulder, maybe just ever so slightly, cleaning him up. I think long term, that one's got lots of feeding potential. I think that barrow is very, very good. For me, there's one, again, that I'd like to feed for us, and one I think has next level parts and pieces. And as soon as that one keeps coming with a little bit more muscle, I think his extra look from the side, his extra just stoutness, he's not quite maybe as powerful right now, but I think this one's long term, very, very good. Young man here in the last class has reserve.
We will not break in ring A. We're going to keep on going right through. We're just going to hand Seth the Snickers bar and rotate in and out ring help.
Really good class here, and several gilts that are awfully nice. And I don't know if those are going to change ownership later on in the year, if they're lease gilts, but I think if any of them are available, there'd be a good opportunity to improve your spotted herd. But of the pair out here, I think these two balance very good. And of the pair, I think one's just a nickel stouter in terms of his foot size and his blade and a rear leg, and in a barrow that's very loose made, very comfortable, very good looking, right in terms of his maturity pattern for this stage in the game, and that's the young man's barrow. I think that one could be a handful on down the road. The gilt in second, very, very good. And, most classes she's going to probably float to the top pretty easily because she's sound, she's square, she's got body, she's got muscle and shape, plenty of look from the side, nice type of a gilt, just kind of got out-horsed in terms of feature there in comparison to that barrow. But two pigs, very good to start this class off with. The pick coming out in third here is another one that you really got to like some things about him. Gets a little bit more jammed up through his front one-third than the top pair, and I still think he's long enough necked, but not quite as long-fronted as our top two. I don't see him quite as coordinated or comfortable from behind, but from the side, you certainly got to like the way that one is put together. On down the line here, we got another gilt that comes out here, just real basic and functional, super sound, awesome range of motion, great looking, plenty of muscle and shape, maybe got a little bit flatter in relation to that one right ahead of her. We get on down here, another one that comes out next, another barrow that's just a little plainer in his look, maybe didn't put himself together quite as nicely as a couple of them other ones from a design standpoint. On down the way here, we've got some more gilts coming out. This one's shoulder rocked a little too far forward in her, but awfully nice other than that. Just some minor problems with a couple of these other ones coming out, whether it be design or just their movement. But nice class, guys. Congratulations.
Class 1 Hamps are entering the ring D. Class 1 Hamps. Class 1 Hamps is entering the ring. Class 2 Hamps needs to be making their way to ring D. Class 2 Hamps. All four, Nathan?
Slow down.
Out here for champion spot. Again, three individuals that parts and pieces extremely good, and I guess one that maybe puts the most positives together in one package for me is one that extra stout and dense and still good in his look, awesome in his range of motion. I think has a bright future. The young man who wins Class 3 is going to be your champion spot. Congratulations.
Where do you want me to go get the first place?
Class 1 white OPB to ring C. Class 1 white OPB.
Out here for reserve, we've got our Class 1 gilt that, really neat from the side, good in her structure, kind of going to be interesting to see what she develops like. She's got a ways to go yet. She's considerably smaller, obviously, but I think the parts and pieces are there. Class 2, front 2/3, very interesting, a little bit straighter in terms of his angles, but, really neat look, wide-chested, square going away. The second place gilt that just dropped in, awesome bodied, really sound, very comfortable out here. Plenty of look. I think she follows our champion, second best. This young lady's gilt's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Yeah, he got it. I was going to say, he couldn't have missed that.
Very good class to start the Hamp division here, or dark OPBs. One I think that's, dark crosses, but I think there's a lot of good hogs out here, and certainly, a barrow here to my right I really like. I just like to free him up in his movement. There's a really good little barrow over there that maybe just gets a little bit maybe longer bodied for me and maybe gets a little forward in his shoulder. I think there's lots of good hogs out here. If you would, let's congratulate these exhibitors as we work through the top end of this class.
Okay, we'll pin that barrel down there. follow that one in right there. Okay, you'll be 4.
Give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring.
Okay, you'll be second. You'll be first.
This bear that kind of fought for his position at the top of the class, once she gets him out here and sticks him, I think that one brings so many good things to the table just in terms of squareness up through his chest and still being relatively square in his front feet. For me, balance and proportionality and high-quality look is what that one has to offer. When she gets him out in the middle of the ring, that one really gives you a good look. He's got a great shape up top. He's really square back from behind. I love the way his stifle connects into his hind leg, and when he plants and pushes, I think he's as good as anything we've seen so far today. The gilt that comes in second, initially pinned her right away because she gives you a really good high quality look, and I love that gilt's feature through her skull and good shape down her top. Gets a little drier and harder through her rib and center body for me. My biggest concern with her compared to the bear that starts the class is she gets a little shorter at the top of her hip. She gets a little bit frailer in her overall construction. I don't see her quite getting out and flexing as good from behind. The bear that comes next, or the boar prospect that comes next, is one I do love, just in terms of his balance, his hind leg size, his foot size, and overall bone. For me, he gets too choppy, too tight as a drive war on there, but I think that one's got some really far-reaching, unique pieces. He's a big bone, stout one. I just like to free him up in his movement. Here's a hog I really like from the profile, and if you call his back left square enough and you call his joints good enough, that barrel's got some big-time potential. For me, he wants to close up too much in his front feet compared to those hogs, but again, I love that barrel from the profile. A really unique barrel that comes next and maybe just gets a little longer bodied and too level in his hip, and consequently wants to shorten up in his stride because of the way his hip's set. But I think that boar pig's got a lot of potential, maybe softens up a little bit too, but I think that one's really good from the profile, and if managed well, he could be a very good hog down the road. A big-bodied, bold-sprung one here that simply has to be a little sounder and just more flexible, particularly from behind, but I think that barrel has some feeding potential. I love this barrel from his shoulder back, great hip and hind leg from the profile, gets a little bit wide back through his hind leg set for me, gets a little too flat in his front feet. Love his skin and hair, love his presentation. I think that one's got some feeding potential as well.
Sir, thank you, man.
Real nice class of white OPBs to start, and I think this pair of barrows out here are extremely good. And I chose to use the young man to the left here to start. I think there's just a little more look, a little more freshness in terms of the way that one's put together, but so sound and square, good looking, plenty of power, plenty of body, plenty of muscle and shape. He's a heavy skeleton barrow that can use his hip and hind leg extremely well. Same thing with the barrow in second here. Another one that's heavy skeleton, good range of motion, good looking. I didn't read him quite as fresh as our class winner for this stage in the game, but that one is very good in terms of his hip and his hind leg. He comes at you, maybe not quite as good right there in his knee, but I like that one from the side extremely well. He's going to have a bright future as well. We got a gilt that comes out next here, another one that has a good look about her. not quite as stout as the two barrows ahead of her, but very well patterned from the side, very sound, very comfortable out here. We got a boar pig that comes out now. Or he was a boar pig. He's not now, but anyways, he's a little flatter, a little rawer through his center body. He's a heavy skeleton pig. He's got a good look about him. Just need to give him a little bit more center dimension to match up to the upper end of this class. But I like his structure, like his build, like his design and his look. Kind of the greener one that comes out next here in fourth, very long-bodied, extended, has some shape to the upper part of his skeleton. Pretty sound and comfortable. I didn't read that was range out of his hip and hind leg, maybe quite as good as a couple of them ahead of him, but I think that's another one that, days on feed is going to do nothing but make that one better. As we get on down the line, we've got a couple that come out here that get just a little flatter-footed, maybe a little rounder in their hip, not quite as square as they leave us, but a nice class of white OPBs, guys. Congrats.
We need Class 3 Hampshires to start making their way to Ring D. And while we're at it, let's thank Second to None Awards for the buckle deals they give us and all the good things that Blake's been doing for this show to help pump it up and give the kids a good experience. We'd like to thank Purple Circle, Austin and Dylan. They work their butts off on time that they don't have to give to us. And most importantly, Palmer's Feed throws a ton at us. So if you don't know about Palmer's Feed, come hit me up and ask me or hit them up at the booth. But they got a lot of feeds that are working very well, and they're pushing it pretty hard. And they donate a ton to this show, as well as Sullivan's Supply. I almost forgot this. Sullivan's Supply, if you saw those showmanship boxes that got donated by Sullivan, I don't know if there's ever been a showmanship award ×4 that impressive anywhere I've ever been. So be sure to thank all them guys. And if you got any questions on that feed or what to take home, just give me a shout or come talk to me. And if they don't have it on the trailer, they're only a few miles down the road, or just talk to me. Thank you.
It's missing? Y'all trying to find it? No.
If you're missing a Hampshire, check your pins. If you're missing a hog, it's in pin 1159. It was roaming around. So if you get to your pin and you don't know where your hamp is, 1159 is where the pig is. I missed the champion spot awards in the ring C. We'd like to thank Double Take Show Pigs for being such help in the ring and donating their time and sponsorship. If you don't know Easy and Lisa, hit them up. They run about a dozen sows out there in Midland, Texas, and I've been to their place, bought hogs from them multiple times. Them things are getting better and better every day. And don't forget about them if you're ever in West Texas and looking in that part of the country, as well as the Weissoon brothers. If you don't know who the Weissoon brothers are, they're making a pretty big impact, not just in one particular breed, but they're running white and belted crosses and just killing it in the spot deal. That board that Mason's got at upper hand, times change, is making a pretty big dent in these early shows. So be sure to keep the Weisum brothers and Double Take Show Pigs in your mind whenever you're buying hogs in the future. They're sponsors of this show for the second year straight, both of them. And all those guys help us around the ring side and just help make the flow of this show just go really, really good. We sure appreciate them.
Class 3, white OPB, start making your way to the holding pen. Class 3, white OPB, ring C.
Just an absolutely incredible class here, all the way down to 6'7", that went out the ring there, but just tremendous quality. And these two that surface to the top are very extreme and very high quality, and certainly, and how they feed and mature, I think either one could flip-flop. But for me today, I think the one that's the most consistent in his views, squarest in his foundation, and has the least amount of problems is the young lady here in front of me. I think that one's really unique from the profile. Good head and neck, great shoulder. I love that one's center body and mass. He's just so good and square as he goes directly away. She came out of the ring. I said, hey, you came to play, didn't you? She got a big smile on her face. I really like that bear a great deal. A really unique one that comes in second. I think this one's a big-time stud, and in long term, this one may be the best one. I love this bear. His extra width through his chest, how dead level he is. You could maybe just loosen him out of his hip if you want to get critical. For me, we're split the pair on two extremely high-quality bears is the view directly away. I just bring him back into his skeleton just a little bit, and I think that one plays ball. That one's still so unique, and I love that bear. That's a really good one for second. And third and fourth differ from what they offer. I like this one just in terms of how he balances up from the profile. For me, he gets a little bit weaker in his top. I don't see his hind leg being quite as good just in terms of length of stride as those bears ahead of him. I do love that bear just in terms of extra stoutness. Maybe not as pretty up through his front end as well. I love this barrel from his hip forward that comes next. Again, long term, this one's got a great future. This barrel for me wanted to shorten up the most out of his hip and hind leg. He too got the most restricted, I guess, in his overall movement for me. I love that bear. Again, front 2/3 are great. Just like to see him a little bit sounder, a little bigger bone compared to those barrels ahead of him. I really thought this bear had a chance to play ball from the profile. As I get into this hog, I love him from behind. He's so square. He's so heavy bone. When he comes to me, he wants to twist and turn down to his front feet. He's the flattest in his forerib. He's too the maybe the worst in the way his head and neck come out of his shoulder, but I think that barrel from his shoulder back's got some big time potential as well. I think this barrel that comes next here is one that's really high quality for me. Just gets a little bit too tight from behind and wants to be a little bit short in his hip, and that correlates to being a little straighter, a little tighter as he goes away. But again, I love that barrel from the profile. I think this top six in this class were incredibly good.
Really good pair of Chester White barrows out here right now. We've got the young lady's barrow, who is the stoutest in this feature. A barrow that's square coming and going. He's got muscle and shape down his back. Big old hip in him. Good look. When he gets on the go and just gets moving, maybe wants to stab a little bit more than then plant and drive off of his rear too, and that's where we change him. The young man's barrow over here, gives up a little bit in skeleton size, but another one that is a little better in terms of his range, the way he goes. I don't know that he comes at me quite as good right at the ground in relation to the young lady's barrow, but both of these hogs, I think, balance and proportion very well from the side. Both of them have muscle and shape. Both of them have plenty of body. And, I'm not saying that this barrel here doesn't have enough structure, because certainly he does, but just compared to the young ladies, I don't read him quite as big a footed, quite as big as his ankle. But most importantly, I think his range is better from behind, the way he functions and uses that hip and hock and hind legs. So it's real close on how you want to go. I guess, kind of sticking with what I've been doing all day and using hogs that have a little extra motor and a little extra range and function. We're going to use the young man's barrel to win. The young lady's going to be second. The bear that comes out in third here, another one that's really patterned good from the side. I mean, he's very attractive. He's elevated. He's level topped. He's very good built, very sound, great range of motion. He just needs more muscle today to get into this top pair. He's too flat when you get right behind him. Not enough shape there. But I think if you can feed some muscle in that one gets real competitive. We got a pair of gilts to come out next that maybe just give up a little bit in terms of balance. I'd like to see them a little more comfortable, kind of from their hock to the ground. They get a little more rigid there in their rear pastern. They don't get out and float like they need to, but certainly a couple gilts that have some muscle and shape and some look about them. And this bear that comes out next, another one that just wants to run downhill, maybe get a little crustier, another one that gets rigid. All kinds of muscle, though, when you get right behind that one. Nice class of hogs, guys. Congratulations.
Give these kids a round of applause as they exit the ring.
Let's give these kids a round of applause as they exit the ring.
Class 4, if we could get you to make your way to ring D. Class 3 is being placed. Class 4, we need you in the holding pen in ring D.
You know anything about that girl? I don't like that. Huh? Nice girl. From who? From who? Really? I think I'm gonna use that hero for an optional thing. I see some good digs out of him. Huh? Well, I asked him for it, and he was like, I said, what side he moved to? He said anything. Well, that don't help me him. You know? No. I don't know. I don't care.
Really nice skill to start this drive off with. Very sound, functional, comfortable out here, and still brings some extra. She's heavy skeleton. She's got a good look about her. She's got plenty of shape and muscle when you get on the backside of this one. But most importantly, her range and function is just so good, especially for one that's this color. But I like that one. Real easy to start with. The barrel that comes out in second, I don't think he maybe is built as good from the side. His best view is when you get right behind him. I mean, this one's hip and hind leg is extremely good, the way he functions and goes and pushes and drives. You get off the side of him, and I'd like to maybe elevate him a little bit up front, but he's very fresh. He's got a wide pin set in him. He's got a good look about him, very comfortable out here, can get out and go all day here. I like that about him. Nice type of a barrel to go to that 2-hole. The barrel that comes out in third, we need to clean his hock up a little bit, maybe set that shoulder back in him some. But, that one's heavy boned. He's wide. He's powerful. He's got an awesome shape to his back muscle. He's got a big hip in him. He's square when he leaves you, just gets a little puffy there in his hock. We got another one that comes out here, gets a little bit rounder when you get right behind him. Another one, I'd like to set that shoulder back in him ever so slightly. And if we did that, just make him a little bit more comfortable as he goes across the ring. We've got another gilt coming out next. Just gets a little bit plainer about her look. Maybe not quite as square coming right at you in terms of her knee, but leaves you relatively good in terms of her hip and her hind leg. Another one that comes out here, we just need to see her proportion a little differently. Stouten that ankle and foot up a little bit to match the stoutness that it has on the top side of his skeleton. But all in all, another nice class, guys. Lots of good hugs. Congrats.
Class 1 Yorks, ring C. Make your way to the holding pen. Class 1 Yorks, ring C.
third, you'll be second, you'll be first. Again, like the last class, just such a high quality class, and there's so many small things that sort them for me. But for the one I thought won from the time I entered the ring until now, and is the young lady out here in the pink. That's a really opened up, square made hog. That's true in his skeletal build. I love his extra freshness he has up top, and there's no doubt about it. When you step into him, that one's got the most up top. He's the boldest rib. He's really fresh out of his shoulder. He's square back through his pins, and certainly I'd like to see him just a little bit more flexible as he goes away. But I think his hind leg square, he reaches far enough behind, and certainly I don't think there's a hog that really counters him out here in this drive. And 2 and 3 differ a little bit in what they offer, but look very similar. For me, I like the extra stoutness when I step into him of the Barra here in second. I think that one's extremely heavy boned. He's really attractive up through his front end. He's a little flatter in his forerib, a little more pinched there compared to the Barra that starts the class. And certainly they have the same hind leg function. I'd like to just loosen them both up a little bit, but I think that Barrow's got a lot of big-time potential down the road. The young man's Barrow here in second is one I do love from the profile. He's a cool-looking, hard-shaped, really square-made one. For me, he gets a little bit narrower down through the base of his forerib into his chest. He, too, is the flattest at the base of his cage, comparatively this top trio. But, again, that's 3 really high-quality Barrows to be in the top of this class. Young lady's gilt here is probably the freshest shaped right behind her shoulder. She's big ribbed. She's really opened up. I love her out of her hip and hind leg, her squareness, her flex, her reach. For me, gets a little bit forward in her shoulder. She, too, wants to get a little crusty at the top of her neck comparatively, but a big-time show gilt to be in fourth. Young lady did a great job driving this one, and I let her drive a little bit there earlier. I think this hog just gets a little bit too long-bodied to balance appropriately. I still think she's a high-quality, very extended hog. For me, wants to get a little shoulder forward, gets a little flatter in her front feet, but I think that's a really high-quality gilt, especially if she used for breeding potential in a market class. Don't know if she balances up quite as well just in terms of being a little long. I love this hog from his hip forward. Again, really square-made, great head and neck, awesome job showing. For me, just gets too wound up in his hind leg. I just like to see him grab a gear, flex a little bit more, and comparatively, he's not as heavy structured as those hogs around him. A really nice bear that comes next. Big-ended, thick, good-looking, just needs to be fresher through his center body. A really heavy-muscled one here to end the class, just needs to be fresher and sounder overall.
Over here in the Chester division,
Ashland,
or white
Q, are you-
OPB, I guess. I mean, we've got 3 hogs out here again. I mean, all 3 of these do some things awfully good, and there's some differences out here, I guess. I mean, we got our big gilt out here that just won that last class, extra stout and dense, very comfortable out here. The Barra that wins class 2, beat the Barra in second there based off of range, and comes out here and maybe struggles a little bit more than he did in class, but like the freshness and the look that he presents. Then we got our lightweight Barra, who's just neat looking. He's got a big tail root in him, super square coming and going. Really got that cocky attitude out here. He's always heads up, real square and powerful in the way he's constructed, but he's still late enough in his maturity pattern and green enough to go ahead and I think have some future about him. So it gets close out here. I guess the one I like is the young man's lightweight. Congratulations. We dropped that second place Barra in here, and I mean, he doesn't hurt anything at all. He wasn't as good, probably coming right at you, but maybe give a little heavier structured look than our champion. But I think there's some future there if he goes ahead and spreads down low and stays proportional everywhere else. He's going to be pretty nice. But for reserve out here, the one I'm next best comfortable with is that one that's just so functional and so good in a lot of areas, maybe a little flatter than what our champion was, but I really like this gilt. Congratulations.
Hey, another great class of Hampshire Bears here, Hampshire Gilts and Bears, mixed sexes. But again, just tremendous quality up in the top end. And hogs that have some good things about them out here, maybe just get a little harder, a little tighter in their overall makeup as a whole. If you could, let's help congratulate these exhibitors. They head back and we sort through the top part of this class.
You ready for it or not yet?
First and second Hampshires from class 1, 2, and 3, please make your way to ring D. First and second Hampshires.
Class 2 Yorks, make your way to the holding pen, ring C. Class 2 Yorks, ring C.
I got it. He had it in his back pocket.
You know, out here in this the drive, you could go three different ways, and certainly I was back and forth on them. But for me, I think if you look at consistent views and how they move, and this is how close it gets, if the hog doesn't get driven, his hind leg's too short. If he gets driven perfect, his hind leg's right on the border in terms of reach, in terms of stoutness. I think high quality, just a balance, really good one to start the class, and certainly maybe pick him up in his pastures and make him a nickel heavier bode compared to maybe some of the other ones out here. But I think that's the high quality, very correct barrow that's got a good enough shape. He's big enough in his forerib. Everything kind of fits. I just like to see him just pick it up a little bit, and when he gets him going, that barrow really strides out well. And second, I think, is a really opened up, powerful kind of hog that's certainly got some good things about her as well. One that's really shapely up top. For me, gets a little shorter and rounder at the top of her hip comparatively. I think she's bigger chested. I think she's got more muscle. She's got more skull. I think bones will wash, but I think that gilt just gets a little bit shorter out of the top side of her hip. But again, love her extra stoutness and power. The barrow here that comes next is a little deceiving in terms of his hair and skin. I think you darken that barrow up. It helps him become more attractive and just fresher in his overall appearance. I love this barrow's proportions from the profile, his stoutness, his skull, his squareness back to the edge of his loin. And certainly at the end, this barrow might beat those two hogs, but I think right now I just like to see him a little fresher, gets a little bit wasty through his front third comparatively. I love that barrow's proportions, his squareness, and his flexibility. I love this gilt from a breeding standpoint, her bone, her blade, her skull, her extra shape and capacity she has, her squareness at the top of her hip. For me, just gets a little soft, a little plainer compared in a market hog class. I just like to see her a little fresher, just a little bit more turned to the top side of her skeleton. The hog that comes next is one I just love, his center body and his mass, a big-bodied, just huge muscled hog in terms of back shape and power, really easy moving. But for his size and scale, he needs to have more bone to match his extra muscle mass up top. For me, he gets a little bit tighter in his lower joints from behind, and certainly he reaches good. I just like to see his bone and muscle match a little bit more appropriately. I like this barrow's extra stoutness, a feature here that comes next. That's a big-bodied, bold-sprung one that's got lots of shape up top, but just gets a little bit tighter for me. The biggest concern for me is that one's joints from behind gets a little choppier in his hind leg step as well. A really kind of fault-free hog that comes next in terms of center body and muscle mass just simply needs to be sounder. A really good-looking one that comes next has to be sounder from behind to get up any higher in this class.
We got a really nice one to start the Yorkshires with over here, and that's the young man in the blue shirt. And one I didn't initially pen, but the longer he drove, the more he grows on you. He's a stout-featured, good-looking barrow that just range of motion and comfortable level is so high. He's got a neat look about him. And at the end of the day, he's probably better hip and hind leg than the barrows in 2 and 3. I think that's a really nice one to go ahead and lead off with. The barrow in second offers us a lot of look. He's a little bit more pinched there in his ham-loin junction. Maybe not quite as correct in his hock as what the class winner is, but one that certainly has some future. I mean, if he fills in there in that ham loin and just makes it a little smoother top line, I think that one becomes a little stronger player on down the road. But, I mean, his design and pattern from the side is extremely good. He's heavy skeleton, and he's really neat looking. He's definitely sound enough from the side. Just get behind him. Want to square that hock in him just a little bit differently. Now, the barrel in third, really stout and bold and robust. He's got an awesome center body. He's got all kinds of dimension and product working for him. He's another heavy skeleton Yorkshire barrow. Of the top three, I read this one as being the shortest hipped. Wanted to get his rear leg under him a little further than ideal. If I could just get him to reach and drive a little bit more athletically off of those rear two, I think that's one you definitely have to consider because the spread and the body shape and the look that he has from the profile is very, very good. We just need to get him to drive a little bit longer and looser in relation to that top pair. The barrow that comes out in third, a little harder, a little raw. He's definitely tall-fronted. He's neat-looking. He's jet level. He's heavy skeleton. He's too rigid in his rear pasture. Just need to see him flex, be more comfortable. I'd like to give him a shot of flesh as well. He's just a little too hard today. Young lady that comes out here, Another really athletic barrel that's very neat looking. Gets a little too wide when he goes away from you. Just like to bring that hawk back in and make him more athletic as well. As we get on down the line, we've got some hogs that just give up some body and shape. A little bit flat, a little bit tubular. A couple of them need to be a little sounder when you get right behind them. But all in all of them have plenty of muscle, plenty of shape. Just need to tweak them in a spot or two to get them up higher.
At this point, we'd like to thank RW Genetics for being one of the Buckle sponsors. If you don't know who Rick is, just look up Duroc on Google, and you'll find him pretty fast. He's been a 2-year supporter. And we'd like to thank Huseman Hogs out of Lubbock, Texas. Lonnie here's in the ring with me, and him and his son Colton and the crew have been putting together good stock. Small operation out there in Lubbock, but if you're going through Lubbock looking at show hogs, make them on your way because they're putting some really good ones together. And we'd like to really thank Huseman Hogs for their unending support on this show. They are a double Buckle sponsor, and we'll be calling them out again before the day's over. Thanks a bunch, Lonnie.
Kenley Crone, we need your second class York. Class 2 York going in the ring.
Out here in the Hampshire or Champion Hampshire Drive, I think there's a lot of good hogs out here, and certainly just maybe represent their weight ranges very well, and certainly have some differences. But again, you keep the mindset that you're trying to make them as extreme as you can, and still keep them functional enough to pick their hind leg up and work like they're supposed to. I like them as out there as we can get them, but still have a correct hind leg. And I think a lot of these hogs represent their classes very well. And certainly, we talk about just differences. I think there's one that just puts everything together for me. A heavy muscled, good bone, good built, good looking, everything fits, proportionality. I think this one's got a big time future. Young lady here out of the first class. Again, we dropped that second out. He's an outstanding bearer. And just to talk briefly, the young man of the last class, I love that bear. I'd like to pick him up on his feet and maybe give him a shot more bone. Young lady on the far end of the ring, super powerful hog. Just like to see him a little bit more flexible from behind, but very good. To me, it comes down to these two hogs out in the middle of the ring, the young lady in the pink here and the young lady in the blue. And these hogs do differ a little bit in what they offer. One takes a longer stride. He's more flexible from behind. One's a longer hip and takes a little shorter step. Those two hogs for me are the kind of hogs I'm looking for. Opened up, powerful, big ribbed. It's a coin flip, but I think one today takes a longer stride. He's a little freer from behind, and I think he's got some next level potential. Young lady in the blue is going to be reserved.
They're on the Yorks. After the Yorks. Oh, after the Yorks.
All right, I need to go real quick. No.
Class 3 Yorks, make your way to the holding pen, ring C. Class 3 Yorks, ring C.
Real strong class of Yorkshires here in class number 2. The young lady in the center is going to win for me. One that just brings the most totals together. I think that one's shoulder set is probably a little bit closer to ideal than the gilt right behind him. But that one's hip and hind leg is very comfortable. It's very big. It's very flexible. I like that about him. Gives you a good look from the side. Comes at me really good as well in terms of squareness to the ground. Everything's inside himself in terms of his skeleton's concerned. Then he still has product to go with it. Nice type of hog to go ahead and start with. The gilt in second, she's probably a little shorter bodied. Shoulders shifted forward just a little bit more than ideal, but it's close to being right at the same time. That one's good pastured. When you get behind that one, she's very square. I didn't read her maybe quite as loose hinged as what our class winner is, but I mean, you know, that's getting critical on an awfully good one because there's a lot of product and muscle working for that gilt. She maintains squareness very good. She is better coming directly at you than our gilt in third. Now, our gilt in third is longer patterned, really level design, good-looking type of a Yorkshire female. She's heavy skeleton. She's good pastured as well. Change her a little bit the way she comes right at you, and she gets a little more competitive within this class. There's a lot of things I like about this barrow in fourth. I mean, he's got big legs, big feet, stands down on a big toe. He's good design, good pattern from the side. He's got an attractive look. He's extra hairy. You like that about him. Just needs to see more range of motion from behind. He wants to get his rear two underneath him a little too far. If we could just get him to step and stride with a little bit more length and comfort, I think that one can be very competitive at the upper end of this class. He would be in the top 2 for sure because of the extra skeleton that he's got, the extra look, the balance from the side. Just need him to step and go longer than what he does. Another stout one that comes out next, need to see that one come at you a little bit better. He is really good pastured. He's heavy boned. He's got muscle and shape. Leaves you square. Just need to change him the way he comes at you. We get on down the line. We've got some hogs that just give up a little bit in terms of feature. Maybe a little bit in terms of balance. Like to see a couple of them go a little bit better from behind. Maybe see them patterned a little differently from the side. But all in all, nice class of Yorkshires, guys. Congratulations. Nice class of Yorks. A real good pair at the top here. And I'm going to use the young lady at the pink bow to start. I guess I read that one as just being a notch shorter bodied and a little bit more proportional, I guess, when we look at all things considered in terms of muscularity, heaviness, and skeleton, combined with a good look. I think flex and range is good on that one as well. The young man in second, this barrel is a little longer bodied than the barrel that wins the class, but still one that's square and true, and he's got a lot of product working for him. I didn't read him quite as strong in his pastern set up front as what our class winner was, and maybe didn't hold his spine together quite as good throughout the drive in relation to that class winner, but a really good hog nonetheless. The barrel that comes out in third is a little boxier in his build. He's very thick from end to end. He's big in his blade. He's big in his hip, big in his back as well. Uses that hip and hind leg well. Need to change him a little bit the way he comes right at you. Gets a little flatter footed. Wants to come together at the ground. Same with the barrel that comes out in fourth. This was just a notch drier than the third place barrel. When you look at that one, center body, he's good hip and good hind leg. One that gets pretty flat-footed up front already. Like to square him up, fix him on them front feet. As we get on down here, we got another one that comes. It's got some elevation, a nice kind of a gilt that just needs more time. She's a little flatter in her center body than the bears ahead of her, but still at the same time, she's got a big square edge to her back, and she's still fairly sound and comfortable. The big gilt that comes out next, you don't really know what to do with one like that in a class like this because she is so much bigger, but she's still sound. She's comfortable. All kinds of rib and body working for her. Going to make a real nice sow maternally for somebody someday. As we get on down the line, we're just running some more feet and leg problems, a little more range of motion issues. Like to see a couple of these just get out and go and find another gear than what they do right now currently. But nice class, guys. Congrats.
Other than the class winner in this spot drive, there's some give and take, and maybe spread those out 2 through 6, depending on what your preferences are. For me, the non-negotiable decision in the class is start with this barrel that goes across the ring. In terms of balance, proportionality, big back, big rib, really sound, awesome hind leg. I think that one wins very easily. Second, third, different what they offer. I think the gilt that comes out of second here is one that is extremely good from the side. I just like to see her go a little better from behind. I love the high-quality look, the extra shape, the squareness, and the power she comes to me. For me, it gets a little bit different in the way she handles her hind leg. More specifically, I just like to see her stride out, more flex and reach off that hind leg. A really good one that comes out next in third, and just like to give her a shot of body and just freshen her up, her overall skin and look. I think that gilt's the best hind-legged one of the top 3. Really square out of her hip. Just need to see her a little fresher in her overall appearance to get up any higher. In fourth and fifth, these hogs different what they offer, but I like these hogs just in terms of what they look like from the profile. Both of them need to be readjusted in their structural build. The one here to my left needs to be more correct in the way she goes right to the ground. This hog here gets a little bit quick there in her joint, has a little fluid working on her joint there, and maybe some long-term concerns for me, but I think from the profile, I like that one. I think she is just a shot more power in that one as she goes directly away as well. I thought this gilt had some really unique things to offer. Here comes next, and one I thought just got a little different in the way she handled her hind leg. Again, stepping right behind her. I don't think her bone matches her extra mass. I can see some people liking that one for her body and her shape and her dimension. For me, I'd like to see her bone match her muscle to make her balance up and be more proportional. The hogs that come next have got lots of shape and muscle. Just simply need to be a little stouter. The hog to my right, again, really good made. Just needs a shot more power. Again, as we get down the line here, very good hogs in terms of carcass merit. Just simply have to be higher quality in terms of build and their body type.
Class 1 light crosses to ring C. Class 1 light crosses ring C.
3 real good individuals out here for your champion York Drive, and all 3 of these are good built from the side, and they're heavy skeleton, good use and range of motion of their hip and their hind leg. There's a little variation in the way they come directly at you, I guess, and that's getting critical on 3 awfully good ones. But the one that puts the most totals together for me today in this ring right now, in terms of the way he comes at you, the way he leaves you, the way he presents himself from the side, young lady right here in the middle, congratulations. we drop that second place guild out here. I mean, she really good going away from you. Maybe change her a little bit the way she comes at you and how that shoulder set's put together. And, our heavyweight barrel, same thing there. When he comes at you, he wants to deviate maybe slightly in his knee directly at you, but leaves you extremely good. And the lightweight barrel, really good looking from the side. He's the best passer of the three that are out here. Obviously he's the lightest weight, so he has that to his advantage, but he's a heavy skeleton one that has his shoulder set in right and leaves you really comfortably and flexibly and still has some muscle and shape to go with it. I really like his skull shape. Really like the way his head's put together on his shoulder, the way it comes out of that blade there. I like our lightweight to be reserved. Congratulations.
Class 1 light crosses are going in the ring. Class 1 light crosses, ring C. Give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring. Class 2 light crosses, make your way to the holding pin. Class 2 light crosses. Ring C.
A top pair of really good spotted barrows to start the class, and certainly like the bone and the structure found in the barrow in second compared to the barrow that starts the class. But again, I like the looseness and the easy moving mobility that hog has. I think that's a very high quality animal just in terms of foot size, squareness of build, and everything just kind of fits. Good headed, really shapely down his top. And I think where he kind of sets himself apart from the rest of the class is the way he's set back in his blade. He hinges really loose out of his hip. He's got good cushion and flex to his joints, and certainly that's where he excels. The bigger outline, longer bodied barrel that gets a little more upright in his shoulder, a little tighter in his hock, but still, I like his squareness of build, his overall feedability, and easy feeding look compared to the hog that's in third. Young man's really got a powerful made one I like tremendously, but for me, got a little rounder in overall makeup and certainly could make a case for second. It was just really hard to get a look at that pig out in the middle of the ring. The barrel that comes next is one that's really sound on his front end. He's a loose made, long bodied hog that's got good shape up top. He's really expressive in his muscle. He's a hog that simply doesn't bounce up quite as well. Gets a little bit different in the way he handles his hind leg, gets out in his hock, sets down a little funny from behind on his rear foot. But that barrel does have some shape and does have some quality from his hip forward. Young lady's hog that comes next out of fifth. Again, the one that has some shape and has some dimension to him gets a little stale. That hog's a little past maybe being fresh to this point. I think that one does have some potential. Just need to soften him up and see him fresher in his overall look. Again, love the shape up top here. Hog just needs to move a little better from behind. He too gets a little frailer in his overall construction. The hog that comes next is big-bodied, bold-sprung. Just need to see that one a little bit sounder. My congratulations to an outstanding set of spotted hogs.
Hey, good job, guys. Good job, man. Way to go.
Nice set of white crosses, and the young lady in the yellow sweater is going to win, and that one fundamentally just kind of sorts himself to the top. I like that way that one comes at you, uses that hip and hind leg extremely good at this stage of the game. He's a heavy skeleton barrow as well, still up on his pastures, got a good look about him. Nice barrow to go ahead and start with. The real little one's going to be second, and I like his build, like his design real well. I don't read that one quite as correct in his hock, but he's so small you just can't quite tell. He's got a little inflammation there on his right side, and see what happens with that. If that one mends itself and it's fine, that one's awfully good because that one's stout featured. He's good looking. He's the right size in terms of some of them later shows. Kind of a neat one to go in that second hole. The barrel that comes out in third, rear 2/3 I like a lot on this one. I mean, his hip and hind leg, extremely good. Needs to come at you maybe a little squarer than what he does, but he's a stout-featured individual that has really good range of motion, plenty of muscle and shape when you get right behind that one. We get on down the line, feet and legs, kind of sort some of these. Young lady that comes out next, got to square that one's hock up just a little bit there, particularly on its right side. Wants to get a little longer toed up front as well. We got the boar pig that just gets a little harsher in terms of his center body, but plenty of shape and muscle. Good build, good pattern, good look from the side. We got another one that just needs to be stouter in his feature. And we round the class off with one that just needs to be square from behind and maybe see a little better balance when it goes away. Nice class. Congratulations.
We are missing 2 from class 2 in ring C, light crosses. Casey, raise your hand if you're in the holding pin. Melanie, you here? All right.
We are on Class 3 of spots in Ring D. We'll have the champion drive, but start getting your white OPB Class 1 ready. White OPB Class 1. Don't come to the holding ring yet, but we're not far.
Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring. Class 3 light crosses. You can start making your way to the holding pin, ring C. Class 3 light crosses. Start making your way to ring C.
We need first and seconds in the spots, ring D, to make their way to the champion drive. First and seconds, spots, ring D.
Carly, you first. Initially here, maybe you could have flipped this top pair, and certainly maybe could as well. But for me, I think the gilt that starts the class has the most consistent range of motion, most consistent views. I think the young lady did a great job positioning herself to win this class in terms of presentation, having that hog in the right angles at all times, and certainly like to loosen her up a little bit in her joints. I think where she definitely beats the barrel in second is freshness through her center body, top shape freshness. She's square from behind, and certainly the barrel is definitely heavier structure. That's a big-footed, stout, mugged one that's got good enough shape up top. For me, doesn't balance up quite as well. At times, gets pretty weak in his top line comparatively. I think that one does have big-time potential, and certainly if he gets his head up and levels him out, you can switch that top pair. In third and fourth, different in what they offer. I think third's another big-time kind of animal. Huge-footed, really stout. For me, the driest in her blade. She gets the flattest through her center body and the shallowest in her flank of the top three. She, too, wants to get the most upright in her shoulder. I love that gilt's extra stoutness in her feature. I really do like her a great deal. In fourth, I thought this barrel had some unique things just in terms of top shape, boldness through his skeleton. He's a big old opened up hog with really good shape up top. For me, he wanted to hawk in and get too sickle hawk from behind. The longer the drive wore on that barrel, the worse his hind leg got, but I think he's got some feeding potential. Again, the young lady's barrel that comes next is certainly one that has a nice build about him, gets a little flatter in his foot. He, too, wants to get a little flatter in his overall muscle and design. Young lady's done a great job driving her stock today. I think she's an excellent showman here and showed this gilt up into sixth. This gilt gets a little too tight in her top line. Just like to relax her. Really product-driven hog. Just need to make her a little better in her overall build.
Second class 2, is that all we're missing?
We'll find out. Here it is.
That's got it. We got everybody. Yeah, bring it back.
Yelling at me.
Get the reserve.
We got after this.
Yeah. Wide open. You ready? Class 1. You? Who's this?
So this is class 2 winner. I think
That's class 2 winner? You're class. You're class 1? Yeah. Okay. Class 2, right? Okay, put them right here. Right here. You're 1.
2.
You're 2. That's 1. All right. Second in class 1, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
I get lost when I talk. I get dyslexic when I talk.
Just a second, Nathan. What's that? Just give me a second, Nathan. A couple more.
At this moment, we're gonna give a shout out to Flavio Duran Estates for being a buckle sponsor. We sure appreciate them. And Myers Show Pigs. If you don't know who Myers Show Pigs is, they've been putting together about 20 litters a year and just keep getting better and better. A lot of wins there. They've got a few boars in our stud at West Texas Genetics. So whenever you're in the pig shopping business for Chesters and Spots and Durocs and Crosses, those guys right there are doing a lot of things right and making a lot of good hogs. You're going to hear about them more and more for years to come. But let's put our hands together for our sponsors and just continually appreciate them throughout this show.
A lot of depth here in this class, too, and a lot of different shapes and sizes and routes you can go. And, the pair of barrows out here, I think, that I've got in the ring right now probably bring the most balance to the table. And of the pair, one's just a nickel stouter, a little better in terms of his pasture and strength, a little better in terms of presentation, and that's the young man's barrel here closest to me. Now he's a little bit more on the moderate side. I'd like to maybe see him just be in a little bit lighter weight break than where he's at. But I think this one brings a lot of quality to the table. When you look at feet and legs, you look at range of motion, you look at body shape, and the amount of muscle that he's got. He's still square. He's within inside himself. He gives you a great look. Nice barrow to start with. The barrow in second, I like his pattern really well. From the side, that one's got a really neat look about him. He's a tall fronted barrel that's level designed. Really good range of motion out of that hip and hind leg. He maybe wants to hawk in ever so slightly when you get behind him, and that could work to his advantage in the long run. When you start pushing on that one, it might square up perfectly. But he has got a little flatter foot set there up front than I'd like to see at this stage in the game, but really a good pattern, good barrel to be in that second hole. The boar pig in third here kind of give the young lady some fits driving him. He didn't want to cooperate, but he's a stout-featured, square-made one. He's got a big back, big hip, big rear leg in him as well. His function's good. I read that one as being a little forward in his shoulder, and maybe that's why he wants to fight the drive a little bit more than he does. He's not quite as comfortable up front as the top two in this class, but another one that I think has some future about him. We get on down here into the fourth hole. We got another one that comes out that's kind of a late cut deal that may affect the way he's moving today. He's a little more tentative, a little bit more rigid there on his rear pastern. Like to see a little more flex and drive there as he goes, but a barrel that's put together from the side awfully nice. Blue belted barrel that comes out next, another one that just gives up a little bit of feature in relation to the ones ahead of him, but he's a good built barrel, not quite as sharp looking up through his front 1/3 as a couple of them in this class is, but he's a solid functional type of barrel. We got another late one comes out, gets a little bit drier in his top line, a little more washed out in his look. He wants to pinch a little bit more in his ham loin, but when he gets all mended and put back together, puts more flesh back on, that one's going to be awfully nice. We got a little guy coming out next. Really sound and comfortable out here. Just gets a little too moderate, too boxy for this class. As we get on down the line, we got a gilt to kind of run out of some muscle to run any higher in this drive amongst the barrows, but she's well built, good design, sound, functional, nice type of a female. Young man's barrow we round the class off with. One that gets a little shorter in his hip, a little bit rounder in his makeup. Nice class.
For a champion spot, again, just a very outstanding set of hogs here, and a breed that has some unique things to offer, just in terms of stoutness and still keeping them smooth enough out here. I think all three of these hogs are a great representation of what they do for that breed. The heavyweight, we like that gilt, just like to make her just a nickel looser, but again, I think she's relatively sound for a gilt that size. The middleweight barrow there, when this young lady gets that one gathered and gets him shown, he looks awfully good. At times, he can give just a little bit different kind of look in terms of how he gets his spine up and pulls his hind leg funny, but when she gets him drove, I think that one comes together very well. The lightweight, talked about him in class, and that animal, it represents a lot of things for me. Big body, it opened up, extremely sound. I mean, his back leg and front leg nearly touch when he walks. To me, that's what fundamentals of a market animal at a small stage should look like. I think that one's going to keep progressing into a really good one. Young lady's got the champion out of the lightweight division. Drop that second out again. Talk about her in class, and she's got some far-reaching pieces. Just maybe alter her hind leg just a little bit. I think it comes down between the other two class winners out here. Both resemble each other in terms of type and kind and being sound enough hogs that have some power to them. I think the young lady does just a little bit more consistent views with her hog in terms of top line freshness. Young lady out of the heavyweight is going to be champion or reserve champion in this breed.
First and second place light crosses, make your way to the holding pen.
Well, certainly another nice class of these white crosses, and I really like the gilt that wins this last class. I mean, functionality is extremely good. I mean, that one's built really good from the side. Square coming and going. She's got the right amount of body shape for this stage of the game, but everything ties in. Everything's proportional. Balances very nicely. The bear in second maybe offers us a little bigger hip when you get right behind him. Didn't read that one. Having quite the range of motion off his rear, too, is what our class winner did. Another one that his blade maybe just a nickel forward in him, but that one's got a really long neck in him, big bold back and a big hip. He's a heavy skeleton barrel. And again, another one that's good pattern for this stage of the game. The bear that comes out in third is a really nice pig that probably got out-horsed a little bit in this class. He's a little shorter bodied than the two ahead of him is, and at the same time a little shorter in his hip and his rump. He's square when he leaves you. He's got some muscle and shape, heavy skeleton. Didn't read him coming at you quite as good as the two that beat him in this drive, but I do like a lot of things about that hog. His presence from the side's extremely good. His use and function from behind, exceptionally good as well. We got the boar pig here in fourth. Gets a little bit raw, a little bit harder. Good hog. I mean, he's tall-fronted, good pastured, heavy bone, square made, coming and going. Didn't read that one quite as flexible from his hock to the ground as what the pigs ahead of him in this drive were, but I think there's a lot of value in that barrow. As he matures and gets more comfortable, that one's going to be pretty nice. We got a gilt that comes out next, another one that just gets a little bit drier through that forerib. They like to just expand her a little bit there. Big rear leg, takes a long step out here. Nice type of a gilt. We get on down the line. We've got a blue pig that comes out next that gets just a little bit more refined in his feature, a little flatter in his foot. Young lady's pig that comes out next, another one that gets a little drier and harder. Like to see him or her coordinate a little better as she goes. We round the class off with a heavy skeleton one that just needs to take a longer stride off of both ends. Nice class. Congrats to you guys.
Class 1 dark crosses, make your way to ring C. Class 1 dark crosses.
Great class of white OPBs to start. I think it's close on top, but for me, there's one that still puts together freshness, skin and hair, and body type. It's just ideal in terms of flexibility and reach, and just an overall fresher, higher quality presented look. The young man in front of me at the gilt is going to win the class, and I think those top two are extremely, extremely high quality animals. And certainly the later cut boar pig there, that's a barrow now. Again, that one's got some really unique things about him. He's squarer from behind than the class winner. He's heavier bone than the class winner. At the same time, he's a little staler in his overall appearance right now, and it's probably due to his surgical task there from behind. But again, that barrow's got some really unique things about him. I like to set him back in his blade just a little bit, but again, down the road, you might flip that pair. I think today the gilt's just a nickel fresher. The young lady's barrow that comes next, I love in terms of his top line and profile. For me, he gets a little quicker in his step on both ends of his skeleton, particularly up front. Gets a little straighter there at his shoulder, but again, another high-quality hog there in third. And fourth's a really good young gilt here. I think this one's tremendously square, big-bodied, really opened up underneath, but she simply doesn't have quite as much volume to her. Obviously, she's a smaller kind of hog, but again, compared to three high-quality, bigger scaled, bigger hogs that just have a lot of good to them, it's hard to fight for her case to beat those hogs. The barrel that comes next in fifth is one I do like him from his hip forward. I think he's great shaped. He's really fresh up top. He gets a nickel shorter out of his hip and ultimately gets quicker in his step. I think long-term, this one's got some potential. I really like that barrow's overall shape. I like seeing him a nickel fresher as well. A young man that comes out next is got a gilt that's really nice just in terms of her shape. Her skin and hair is really good. I'd like to see her just a little cleaner in her joints, but again, a really nice class of white OPBs to start.
A real good division of light crosses out here, and all three of these out here I like. I mean, design, build, function is good, and the differences out here, that kind of make up my mind. Is there's one that's just a little extra stouter, a little extra more feature on him. A bear that it's hard to make a blue pig that's this stout and holds everything together in terms of top line, head carriage, squareness to the ground, bigness of foot, still strong pastern. I like the middleweight. Congratulations. We drop this second place pig out here, and that one is so good from the side, and maybe just alter his hock placement slightly there as he goes away, but that's getting real critical on an awfully good built one, and he's definitely in the mix. We got this lightweight barra that extra stout in his feature, good scald. He's probably a little boxy for this size, but if he goes up and stays proportional, he's going to be a fighter on down the road. We got the Gilt that was the last class that's very sound and functional. She's got a big tail root, good look, and through that front 1/3, she's got shape to her center body. Really like the way she hinges and functions off of them rear two. I like the Gilt that was the last class to be reserved.
announce class 3 come up? I don't hear anything on this ring. Class 3 white OPBs, make your way to the ring. Should say hold it.
Second class of white OPBs. There's a dominant class winner and probably as good a structured hog as we've seen today. Just tremendous in his front foot placement. Everything fits. Hind legs incredible. He's square. He's powerful. He's got a high quality look. That one's a stud to win this class. And second's an extremely high quality gilt. And I think that one's incredibly good from her shoulder back in terms of rib shape, capacity. On any other day, this one usually wins for fun. Just ran into one that's a little cleaner up front, one that's got a little more overall stoutness in terms of bone and just far-reaching pieces. But again, that gilt's incredibly good as well. And third's one I think was tremendous from her shoulder back and from the profile. A young lady did a great job hiding this hog's hole. When she turns and comes right to you, she solidifies her place in third in this class. That's a big-bodied, heavy-muscled, really stout one from behind. Just twists and gets out of her front end a little different than I'd seem ideal. I just like to see her square up there ever so slightly. Again, a nice hog that comes next, big-bodied, heavy-muscled, has some bone, has some stoutness, just needs to balance up a little bit more appropriately to compete with some of these higher quality hogs in this class. Young man's got a really nice project that comes next. Good shape, good muscle, just needs to be softer, a little more pliable through her center body to make her just look a little bit more overall productive in her build. A nice hog that comes next again, good shape, good muscle, just simply needs to be sounder and softer and more productive in her body type, but a very good class of white OPBs.
Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring. Class 2 dark crosses, start making your way to the holding pen in ring C. Class 2 dark crosses. Just a reminder, just like yesterday, we're going to do 3 classes of dark crosses, do a division champion, and then we'll do the other 3 division champion. Class 2 dark cross to the holding pen, ring C.
Real deep class here for Class 1 dark crosses, and I think the pair of bears out here in the ring right now are exceptionally good. And I choose to start with the all-black bear. To me, I mean, he's the most correct, he's the most fundamental, and he still brings a lot of extras. He's got a big rear leg in him. He's got a big blade and forearm. He's still up on his pastures. Really neat look. Now, he's not quite as exotic looking through his head and neck as our barrow is in second, but I think just from a pasture strength standpoint, heaviness of skeleton, and true squareness, that one's really good, and we're going to start with him. Now, the barrow in second, obviously, I mean, that one's got more show ring presence in terms of the way he holds that head and prances around the ring. Gets a little flatter footed, though, up front. And at this size, I guess that's a little bit of a concern for me. Didn't rate him quite as stout in terms of his feature when we compare him to that black one, but another one that's awfully good to go in that second hole. The barrow that comes out in third here, really heavy skeleton, good pastern, better pastern than our second place barrow, but at the same time, maybe a little rounder in his hip, not quite as flexible as he leaves you, but he's got a giant bone and a neat look about him in terms of his head carriage. He's got plenty of muscle, plenty of spread everywhere. Excuse me. But, just need to see him flex and drive a little bit more athletically off of those rear two at this stage of the game. The painted up barrow that comes in fourth, another one that I like his pattern and his build really well. He's a sound, functional barrow, heavy enough in his skeleton, good in his look, gives up a little extras within this class. He's the flattest of the top end of the drive. Barrow that just needs some more time on feed, but I think that one's awfully nice because fundamentally he's right. He just needs a little bit more extra to compete here out in the ring today. The barrow that comes out next just gets a little straighter off of both ends, maybe a little bit shorter coupled for this stage of the game, but definitely has a neat look about him, heavy skeleton. As we get on down the line, we've got some hogs that just need to be more correct on their feet and legs, get a little flat in their foot, maybe a little bit more moderate, but a nice class, guys. Congrats to all you.
I didn't announce those. They should have them down there. Those are all first and second.
We need first and second wide OPBs to ring D. First and second wide OPBs. If you're not up here, we need you up here.
outstanding class here in the white OPBs. I like to go with the barrow here in this class, and I think this one comes to the forefront for a lot of reasons. Just a skeletal build, foundation, and squareness, and just extra power and shape. Get right on top of that hog. I love the extra spread and dimension he has. He's still attractive through his front end. I think he's set further back in his shoulder and handles his hind leg just a little bit better from the side compared to the gilt here. I step right into the gilt from behind. I love her from the profile. I like to maybe set her back in her blade, give her nickel more comfort there in terms of just having some strength through her pasterns. Gets a little bit on her dew claws, but for me, where she goes in second, I get right behind her, and that barrow square out of his pin set. He's got more just power up top there, and again, that view from behind sorts that really close pair. Again, you can flip them if you want to, and I wouldn't argue too much. The barrow that comes next and third is a really outlier kind of a hog, and from his shoulder back, I think this one's tremendous. Great shape up top, extra powerful, really stout-headed. For me, I need to set him back and smooth him in his shoulder, square him up in his front feet, and maybe clean him up a nickel on that hock ever so slight, but I think that one's got some big-time potential as well. A really shapely barrow that comes next. It simply has to be more attractive up through his front end. He's a little lower-headed kind of a hog, gets a little bit of a crest up to his neck, and this was such a good class. Just ran into a really powerful set of hogs ahead of him. Again, that barrel shut down on us just a little bit as well. A young lady here in fifth has certainly got a really good shaped hog that's certainly really powerful, very stout from behind. Needs to be a little sounder, gets a little bit tighter wound for me. Comparatively, again, a really stout-made, hairy kind of hog that comes next, super powerful from behind. Just like to bring that hock in and smooth her up in her joints, but what an incredible class of white OPBs.
Class 3, dark crosses, make your way to the ring. Ring C. Class 3, dark crosses, make your way to ring C. After class 3, we will have a division champion, so don't start bringing class 4 till we give you a call, but be ready.
Again, the feeding phases here in smaller hogs, it should try to weigh totals, I guess, and project them a little bit, but still see what's in front of you. I thought this white OPB division was absolutely incredible and probably the deepest set of hogs, breed for breed, we've seen so far and pig for pig. To me, there's a great set of them out here, and you could argue a little bit either way, but for me, there's one that takes things to the next level in terms of stoutness, squareness of build, proportionality, still being big enough in his kind, late enough in his maturity with a big set of legs, and almost a near perfect skeleton. Young lady in the purple's got champion.
At this moment, we'd like to thank Armstrong Backus and Company for their premium sponsorship up top out of pin number 5 over here. And we're also going to take this time to thank Hofschulte Show Pigs for being one of the Buckle and Banner sponsors. If you don't know who Nick and Chris's are up there, they're out in Oklahoma. If you're ever in that direction during show pig buying season, they got a board called Hero that's lighting it up really good right now. And if you ever feel the need to look them up, they actually won the grand in this ring that Seth is in last year at Angelo at the big one. So they're doing some really good things up there. And if you're ever in the area, go check out Hofschulte Show Pigs.
for reserve, white OPB, we dropped that gilt in again. Talked about her in class being so fault-free and maybe just make her just a nickel prettier compared to some of these other ones out here. But for me, there's one that follows suit in terms of power, shape, extras, and still in a very good, sound, fault-free package. When he comes to you and he goes away, he's by far the most massive and still keeps it in check. Young man here at the heavy is going to be reserve.
Class 1 Yorks, we need you in the ring, in Ring D. Class 1 Yorks. Ring D, we need you.
Real close pair out here in our Class 3 Darks, and use the Calico Barrow to win. I think he's got just a nickel more structure underneath him, and his range of motion is extremely good. I feel like that one's top line's maybe held together a little stronger than what our Barrow in second is, but like his strength of passion, like his squareness coming and going, nice type of a Barrow to lead off with. The Belted Barrow in second, I don't think he comes at me quite as true as what our class winner does in terms of the boldness to the base of his chest floor, but from the side, that one's extremely good. He's elevated up front. Big back, big hip in that one, handles it really well. Didn't read him, like I just said. Not quite as stout-featured as what our class winner is. Felt that one was maybe just pinched a little more in his ham-loin junction in relationship to our class winner, but awfully good pair of barrows on the top end of this drive. The barrow in third, I like a lot of things about him. He's another heavy skeleton barrow. I think range of motion probably ran out just a little bit in relation to our top pair, but he's a sharp-fronted barrow. He's big back, big hip, square going away from it. When he comes at you, he wants to deviate a little bit there in his knee. We got a real stout one that comes next. Gets just a little bit coarser in his joint maybe, and if he stays clean enough and stays that stout as he grows up, that one's going to be pretty impressive because he's got a giant rear leg and he can still handle it and flex and go. Just looks a little coarse out here today in this ring. Young lady's Black Pig that comes out next gets a little bit harder bodied, maybe doesn't balance quite as well the top part of that one, skeleton, but another heavy bone square made barrow. And then we'd wrap the class off with this young man's barrow that comes out next, another heavy skeleton one that gets a little bit on the outside of his body when he goes away from you. Nice class, guys. Congrats.
Are they like about to go in the ring? Get a replacement? I mean, they don't know anybody here? Ask them to chill out.
At this time, I'd like to thank Mark and Cindy Riley for one of our buckle sponsorships. I'd like to thank Wonderlick Show Pigs. If you don't know who the Wonderlicks are out there around Brownwood and Bangs area, they just came off a handful of wins. The Reserve Duroc Gilt at Dallas, and they won San Angelo, I believe, 2 years ago, multiple division champions at San Antonio. So keep the Wonderlicks in mind whenever you're checking them out in that hill country area, because they're putting a lot of good hogs together in that Duroc and crossbred world. Another buckle sponsorship would be Outlaw Genetics. If you don't know Terry Owens and Kerry Shane, they're putting some really good ones together. Been buying a few breds from us and getting back revved up in this deal. They were winning quite a bit and ready to get back in this deal. So keep Outlaw Genetics in mind, Kerry Shane or Terry Owens, whenever you're looking for show pigs as well. Class 2 Yorkshires, we need you to ring D. Class 2 Yorkshires. Second call, Class 2 Yorkshires, bring them to ring D. Class 2 Yorkshires.
Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring. Class 1 and 2 dark cross first and second place. Start making your way to the holding pin. Class 1 and 2 dark cross first and second place to the holding pin.
There's five out.
A tremendous set of Yorkshire appearing bears or Yorkshire bears in this division. The two that rise to the top do so very handily and almost look like littermates out here just in terms of how they're put together, just in stoutness, extra power, rib capacity, and just overall how they're presented. For me, when you step in behind the bears, one could be a little square hocked, one could be a little cleaner in his joints, and that's where the fresher skinned, fresher haired, fresher appearing bear is going to win the class, and it's a very close decision. I think that's a very, very high quality animal to start. In second, it resembles that one in terms of chest width and power and just those extras that he has. I'd like to just clean him up a little bit in his skin and hair, just smooth him up in those joints. He's getting a little coarse there in his joint work, but that one's the next level kind of powerful beast too. Just like to make him a little fresher in his overall appearance. Same with the bear that comes next. Slick-headed, good shaped, really square-made, really athletic, probably the soundest jointed bear of the entire class, but just needs to see him, again, fresher in his skin and hair. I'd like to just see him a little bit more proportional too in his top line balance. Gets a nickel longer maybe than I'd seem ideal. I do like his squareness of build as he goes directly away. A young young man's barrel that comes next, again, one that has tremendous power up top. He's a stout featured, opened up hog, great shape out back of his shoulder, huge ribbed, really big featured for me. Got the shortest in his step. He too wants to be the most hyperextended in his hock set, but I think that barrel does have a lot of good things to offer as well. Young lady's got a really nice barrel here. Looks like he's maybe getting sat on just a tick. I'd like to clean him up in his skin and hair, but I do appreciate that barrel's top line balance and levelness. He, compared to the rest of the hogs above him, not quite as big in his bone work, a little bit outside himself from behind, but I think that one's got some cool things about him, a really balanced hog from the profile that's got lots of potential down the road. Young man here had a really good barrel as well. Great shape, huge bone, really heavy structured. Just like to see him step a little longer from behind, got a little quicker out of his hip, and consequently got a little quicker in his hind leg step. I think that barrel's got a lot of good things to offer.
Class 3 Yorkshires going in the ring. We need first and second place out of Class 1 Yorkshire to start heading to Ring D. I'd like to take another moment to thank some more Buckle sponsors. I don't want to leave anybody out, and I'm missing a couple champion drives on the other side. So don't forget about CC Show Pigs in the Hill Country. Those guys are pushing Yorks and Durocs and Crosses pretty hard right now. And if you ever watch Chris and the gang take their hogs out, they're always in contention and really know what they're doing. So keep them guys in mind whenever you want stuff that's powerful and sound and square that can compete at the highest level. Also, Swartz Livestock has always been a big supporter of us out here. They're coming off wins year after year and had a couple stick at this show in a couple rings. So keep them in mind if you're ever in the San Angelo area. They do a lot for this show right here. They do a lot for San Angelo as well, more than you'd even know. So always keep them guys in mind when you're passing on 87 outside San Angelo.
A lot of depth here in this class, and the barrel in the center of the ring is the one that's going to start for me and kind of just puts the most totals together. I mean, this one's got some extremities, but, at the same time, his function is high degree. He's got a good look about him, really square back, square-ended as he leaves you. The show ring presence is extremely good. He beats the barrel in second just off how he comes at you. He comes at you bolder and squarer and truer to the ground than what our barrel in second does. Now, the barrel in second, awfully good type of barrel as well. Patterned really good from the side. He's a heavy skeleton hog. Leaves you real square and comfortable. I like his range of motion. Need to open him up when he comes right at me there. He's a little more pinched in his ham-loin junction as well when we compare him to that class winner. Now, the barrel that comes out in third, I don't think he's quite ready yet. I mean, he's the greenest in terms of his muscle pattern of the top three, but his range of motion is probably the best. I mean, this one can get out and go and take a long step in stride. He's a little flatter in his front foot. He's not quite as stout in his feature as what the top two are, but a barrel that's got a tremendous amount of look to him, really good pattern, really good build, awesome structure. Just need to see a little bit more muscle and shape, just for today. I don't think that's a bad thing, but on down the road, I think that one's going to be really nice. The spotted up boar pig that comes out next maybe gets tilted a little farther ahead in his shoulder than ideal, but that's getting critical on another one that's really stout in his feature. He's got a great skull in him. He's strong in his pasture, and he uses that hip and hind leg appropriately. He's got a lot of width, a lot of muscle and shape, heaviness of bone, good pasture. Just need to set that shoulder back in him slightly. Young man's calico barrel that comes out next wants to get his top up in him, maybe just a little bit much. I'd like to see him just relax and level out a little bit more, but he's another free and easy moving barrel that has muscle and shape and look to go with it. He's got plenty of power, plenty of feature. Just need to see that spine loosened up in him. We get on down here. We got a gilt that comes out next. Gets a little drier in her forerib. Like to see a little more depth of body to her, but a nice type of gilt in terms of her pattern and her build. Good class, guys. We get on down the line here. We've got a couple that just need to be balanced up a little bit better, whether it's their ham-loin junction or give them a little bit more to that center body, a little more depth and fill, but a nice class. Congrats.
I got ahead of myself. We need Class 3 Yorks to come to the ring. Class 3 Yorkshires come to Ring D. Once again, Class 3 Yorkshires, we need you in ring D. Class 3 Yorkshires.
Jake Simpson, we need your first place Class 1 Dark Cross in the ring. We're doing division champion. Jake Simpson, Class 1.
At this point, we'd like to, as they're getting the champion divisions out on Ring A, we'd like to thank Concho Valley Electric out here for supporting this locally and helping bringing business into this town. We'd like to thank Ottenwalter Show Pigs. If y'all were here last year, y'all saw Russell do a fine job in Ring D, and a guy that just really puts function first. If you ever need big-legged, stout hogs that still have growing power and breed on, give Ottenwalter a call through Russell, and he'll sure get you lined out.
Let's give these young ladies a big round of applause, if you would, for all the hard work they had getting up here and working these barrows. But barrows and gilts, for me, the one that starts the class, I had her anywhere from third to first, and the more I broke them down and the more consistent she became in her hind leg placement. Very sound hog. Top line levelness is very, very good. You know, we could loosen her up in her joints to be highly critical, but I think that one's got extra high quality look, really square, and again, just very consistent in its views. And 2 and 3 differ in what they offer, and 2 to me is a one really powerful kind of hog that's got good shape up top, really massive from behind, but gets a little weaker in his front feet. He too wants to come out and set out in his elbow ever so slightly. As the drive wore on, his muscle didn't match quite as well from behind when he goes directly away. I'd like to see him pulled back a little bit and maybe tuned down just in terms of muscle and shape. I really like this barrow's length of body and proportionality that comes next in third. I like to stout him up in his head just ever so slightly. The biggest thing for me is his freshness in a class with 3 high-quality animals. You know, that one just needs to be a nickel fresher for me. I love his view from behind. He's really square. He's heavy bone. He's very fault-free from the profile. I just like to see, again, that one overall freshness and just a little bit more to get up there and run with those other 2. And 4 and 5 differ a little bit in what they offer. I liked how 4 looks like the class winner from the profile, but when she comes to me and leaves me, that's where I put her in 4th. She wants to get the most out in her elbow, consequently comes down and rolls on her front feet. She too is the most hindered in her hind leg movement. Love that gilt's extra shape up top, her power from behind, her overall look and build. The young man's a profile, or hog from the profile there that comes next is one that has some body and some rib, but for me gets a little bit wasty through her chest and her neck there, gets a little bit flatter in her front feet. She too just needs a nickel more bone to match that extra mass she has, but again, tremendously stout, extremely heavy muscle. The hog comes out next is one that had some shape and power, just didn't move quite as well.
We need Class 4 Dark Crosses. Start making your way to Ring C.
Out here for our lightweight division, I think we've got 3 really good individuals. Our lightweight barra, really stout, good toed, good passer, good looking. That one's got a bright future ahead of him. Our calico barra that wins Class 2. I love that thing from the side in terms of his proportions and the way he's put together. A lot of show ring presence there. And we got our final class winner. I got a little bit of the extras there when you talk about that unique head carriage, but he's still stout in his skull. He's big in his forearm. He's got a really big tail root, and he maintains squareness, coming and going extremely well. So 3 really nice pigs out here to choose from. My favorite one's the belted one. Congratulations. I think it gets real close out here when we drop this second place barra in, because that one's really stout in his feature and dense in the skeleton. He takes a nice step and stride off his rear 2. And like we talked to him in class, if we could just pry him open a notch when he comes directly at you, I think that one gets really, really competitive towards the top end of this deal because his pattern's so good from the side and everything proportional and balances and matches from the side. I like that about him a lot. And he goes away from you extremely square and flexible. So this one's in the mix. I mean, obviously, I think we have to consider that one. We got to consider all three of these because I think all three of these are awfully good individuals. But the one I like second best probably has the best proportions. Calico Barrow right here. Congrats.
It's on.
Okay, Big Barrel be third.
Class 4 dark crosses are going in the ring. Class 4 dark crosses going in the ring.
Outstanding heavyweight class of Yorkshires, and one that rose to the top for me very handily, just in terms of running gear, flexibility, reach, body and mass, matching his top line, and still he has proportionality when he leaves you in squareness from his bone in terms of how much muscle to a bone ratio. I think he fits in very well there. The young lady's got a really nice gilt here in second, tremendous from her hip forward in terms of shape, presentation, just a really shapely, powerful gilt. For me, got a little tighter out of her hip compared to a really stout class winner to win this particular class. And thirds are really opened up. Powerful got a hog. Without a doubt, he's the heaviest muscled within this drive. That barrow's got lots of shape and spread. For me, he's the most incorrect in how he comes out of his shoulder and his blade. He wants to twist down low and consequently set out in his shoulder. He, too, gets a little uneven in his rear toes, which maybe hinders his movement. I love that barrow's profile in terms of head carriage, extra shape up top. Just like to fix him down low. A really big-bodied, massive gilt that comes next for me, quite simply a little past her prime. The gilt that comes next is simply expressive, really shapely. Just needs to be sounder and more productive in her body type. Same way with the next hog that comes out. Really shapely up top. Just needs to be more pliable through their center body to get up any higher.
I'll take that bet.
At this moment, we'd like to thank Dustin Bauer with Cryo Sires as we named the champion Yorkshire in Ring D. If you don't know Dustin, he's a very important factor in this livestock industry. He's taken this frozen semen deal to the next level. So if you've got boars that you're trying to maybe just insure a little bit and have them in case, worse comes to worse and you don't see something coming and maybe their just semen quality goes bad or they get sick, whatever. Dustin's actually freezing that stuff, keeping it on hand, and you could even list it on his website at this point. He's kind of changing the game of that deal, and keep him in mind if you ever want to extend the life, or if you just got a boar that's not getting used and you're ready to see him go, but you think you need him in a few years, check him out there. Or if you're just too lazy to heat check and you live close enough to Dustin, you could just keep it frozen in his tank, and when she does come in heat, go check it out. But keep cryo sires in mind whenever you're trying to advance your genetics, or perhaps just keep them alive long term.
Outstanding set of Yorkshire hogs here. And again, you've got 3 different kinds of class winners to me, and just hogs that bring forth a lot of quality. And I thought they rose to the top of those classes fairly handily. There's some things about them I like to just tweak a little bit. I love this lightweight barrow from the profile. He's so incredibly stout, proportioned, and just really good made. Step in behind him. I'd like to just see him have a little more foot size, a little more squareness to his hock. I think that one's got some really good potential down the road. Young lady's Yorkshire gilt here in the middle of the ring. I think it's got some tremendous things about her. A really shapely gilt, good head and neck carriage, great big legged. She's sound enough for me. I like to maybe push her shoulder back ever so slightly, but I think that thing's got some really neat pieces. Young lady's heavyweight, I think, is one that's proportioned very well. Maybe get a little bit different in how he handles that hind leg the more he's drove out here, but I still think that barrow offers a lot of good things. And certainly there's some things to give and take. For me, the one that puts it all together, young lady's gilt in the middle of the ring. Drop that second place out again. I like that barrow in class, and talk about his small holes, and just like to pick him up in his front feet. For me, I think it becomes a pair of barrows out here that are more similar from the side, but just differ ever so slightly. For me, there's one that's fresher. He's got more on target in terms of skin and hair. I love his shape up top. Just like to fix him a little bit. I think this one's still really, really good. Right here is going to be reserved.
Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring.
Hey, nice job. Hey, way to work hard.
We need the light crosses to ring D. Light crosses, lightweights for class 1, ring D.
Class 5, dark crosses. Start making your way to holding pin, ring C. Dark crosses, class 5. Make your way to holding pin, ring C.
If you had a champion or a reserve light division, we mistakenly handed you a champion and reserve breed instead of champion and reserve division. If you could come switch those envelopes out, we'd greatly appreciate it. That's just on ring C. Just on ring C today, not yesterday. The light division dark cross got mistakenly switched out.
Will says she's showing over there right now. Coming out. Haley Allen.
Haley Allen, are you in the opposite ring? We're needing your pig in ring D. Haley Allen, we need your pig in ring D. Haley Allen.
Another nice class of crosses to work through, and I like the young lady's barrow over here in the center to go ahead and win. He kind of couples there's freshness and shape and structure the best in one package. He's extremely square. Going away from you, gives you a good look from the side, doesn't disappoint you when he comes right at you. I like his range of motion, like his squareness, an edge to his blade, his turn to his loins, extremely good. Get behind him, he's got a big full hip and rump in it, handles it well. The Gilton second didn't give me the best look back in the Sif pen, but that one's pretty nice. I mean, she kind of comes together really good out here on the green shaving. She's a heavy skeleton gilt. Range of motion's really good. She gives you a good look from the side. Didn't read her quite as fresh in her appearance as what our class winner was. I'd like to just change that about her, but I think there's a lot of good in that one. Now, she's better when she comes right at you than our barrow in third. I like the pattern and build on this barrow in third really well. I mean, he's tall-fronted, level design. He's got a good look about him. You get behind him, and he's still square. Range of motion's good. When he comes right at you, just like to pry him open a little bit more than what he is, but from the side, that's an awfully good one. The pig that comes out in fourth has some extra shape and muscle when you get right out of that one's blade into its back. He's got a big hip and rump in him. Gets a little bit more rigid in his rear pastern. Doesn't balance quite as good from the side. When you get off of this one and look at him from the profile, he wants to run downhill a little bit more. Maybe doesn't tie in quite as smoothly out of his blade into his head and neck. We got a gilt that comes out next here. Really good pattern type of a gilt, like the top line of that one. She gets a little bit more tubular in her makeup. Just like to see some more depth of body and just more fill in that one. As we get on down here, we've got a painted up one that comes out next. Heavy skeleton. Just needs to see that one balanced better. We got another one that comes out of the pen here. Plenty of muscle and shape. Gets a little bit tighter there in its ham-loin junction. Another one that's a little lower set to the ground. Our Calico barrow just gets a little bit flat through his side, but he's got a good profile And we wrap the class off with a really sound, functional one. Just gets a little plainer in his look, maybe not quite as crisp in his shape. Nice class. Congrats.
I want to take this moment to thank a couple more sponsors that are the platinum sponsors up above ring on the D side. They're above ring pin number 3, the climb, and the Texas National is pin number 9 over there. And just to say a little bit about them, the climb is a jackpot right here close. It's out of Robert Lee, and it's on the backside of November every year. And that thing's getting bigger and bigger. I've seen Ruben walking around the barn. But keep that show in mind. It's called The Climb. That thing's growing with more and more intensity every year. The hogs are getting tougher to get by. The show's getting bigger. It's very well run. And it's just one that if you need to get your hogs out in late November and you got them ready to roll, hit up Ruben in late November and y'all show up to Robert Lee, Texas for The Climb. The Texas National is the show Tim Ford got started last year, and it's now a 4-circuit series, or four ring series weeks apart from, I believe, late November till mid-January. And Tim's really pushing a point system deal and doing a heck of a job putting that deal together. It's very organized, and it's a nationwide deal. You can take your kids out there and see judges from outside the state, high-quality hogs, high-quality people, and it's just getting really, really good. I think that's going to grow and grow every single year. And if you see Tim around here, give him a big thank you as well.
Outstanding class here in the light crosses, and certainly a two barrows that rise to the top very handily for me. And the great belted hog is one that has so many good things about him. Not only is he really sound structured, level made, and proportioned well, when he goes directly away from me, I love how his muscle and his bone match. He gives a great silhouette from the profile. He's an easy moving, easy feeding kind of pig that has the right kind of shape, and that view from behind might be as good as we've seen today. The barrow here in second is one that's truly unique from the profile. Extra heavy-legged, extra opened up. I think that guy's got a great future ahead of him. But for me, just not quite as much there today. And that's a coin flip in terms of quality, but that's a lot bigger pig that's done a lot of things right to get to that point, and that's what made that decision for me. The barrow here in third, I think, is one that has some really neat things about him, too. That's a very square-backed one that has great shape up top. For me, he gets a little bit out in his hock. He wants to throw his hind leg, the most outside himself of the top three, but that barrow has a lot of good things to him. I think he's going to be a really good feeder as well. The young lady's done a nice job showing her barrows today, and certainly has a high-quality hog that comes out next and fourth. Really opened up, great looking, great shape. I just like to slow that one down and bring his hind leg back in just ever so slightly. But again, love that barrow's proportionality, his profile, and his high-quality look from the side. The young lady has a very high-quality hog that comes next. Just was really hard to get a read on him. He had a little bit of a fit there, but I think that barrow is tremendously high quality. Certainly, if she can get him shown, and that barrow's got a great future out in the middle of the ring, I think he's a high quality animal. The gilt that comes next certainly has great shape and power up top. Just needs to be a little bit sounder. And on down the line again, hogs that have some potential just need to be managed appropriately. And I think they'll be very competitive.
Class 6, dark crosses, make your way to the holding pen in ring C. Class 6, dark crosses, make your way to the holding pen, ring C.
Hey, you want to hand out the champion buckle in a second? Like, I'll talk about it. I'll talk to you in a second.
Class 2, light crosses are going into the ring. Class 2, light crosses.
Another real competitive class here, and the barrel closest to me I like a great deal. I mean, that one, he's fresh, he's balanced, everything's proportional. His range of motion and drive is exceptional, really square coming and going, fresh in his back shape, big in his hip, has a good look about him. I read that one as being just a nickel stronger in his spine than our barrel in second. Now, you can make the case for the barrel in second. I mean, he's another heavy-boned one that's got a really big hip in him. He's probably wider pin set in him than what our class winner does. Didn't read him quite as good in the top side of his skeleton. When you look at him right in front of his ham loin, he wants to drop down just a little bit there. Gets a little easier in his spine in relation to our class winner, but an awfully good one to be in that second hole. The barrel that comes out in third, another one I like his pattern and build from the side. Another exceptionally moving barrel in terms of his range and drive there. Gets a little flatter in his foot, not quite as stout in his feature. Gives up a little bit in terms of width and dimension when we compare him to that top pair. I like the things about the Calico barrel coming out here next. From behind, that one's really square and angular. He's got a big hip, big back in him. Like him from the side where we change him is how he comes right at you. Wants to deviate in his knee too closely together. The gilt that comes out in the next place here, another one that has some good pieces about her, heavy skeleton, good hip and hind leg in her, gets a little bit flatter footed, a little bit plainer in her design and build. from the side, but a gilt that's got some power, got some pieces to her, wants to get a little bit out in her blade at times as she goes across the ring. The red belted gilt comes out next, another one that is just shifted too far forward in her shoulder, but her back 2/3 is exceptionally good. We get on down the line. We've got a couple hogs that we'd like to square up just a little bit when you get behind them, but from the side, they give you a good presentation and a good look. Nice class, guys. Congrats.
Another ring. Not animals. Oh, okay. Well, there's some right over there. Look right over there. Look on the back side over there. We don't have it. I know we got eggs over there. We can make one. Find out what the... Yeah, we might have messed up like 6 plays should be $30. 25 to $30. Final was $30. But those sponsors don't shoot. This is class 2.
Start bringing Class 3 light crosses to Ring D. We need Class 3 light crosses to come to Ring D.
A barrel that starts this class to me is extremely good and top pair of extremely high quality animals. To me, this one surfaces a really long haired bear. I like to see him just a little bit shorter in his hair to maximize him in the show ring today, but I get it. I know what they're trying to do there. I think that bear is extremely high quality. That's a really unique animal that starts the class. And second, I think one could handle a lot of competition. I love his shape up top, his power from behind. He's got an awesome hind leg. He's super flexible, runs uphill, just runs into one that's really stout. I don't see him quite having as much bone to his muscle ratio kind of compared to that bear ahead of him. But again, those are two very, very good barrows to start the class. And 3 and 4 are different what they offer. I think this barrow needs to be just a little bit looser in his overall construction. I think that barrow's got great shape up top. I love his skull and his feature, the way he comes out of his blade and shoulder. He's so heavy duty. I think this one's got a great future. For me, he's a little bit too short in his stride. He's a little bit too hard in his step today. Again, the same thing with the next barrow. High quality. One barrow that's got so much potential later on. A barrow that's late cut like the one before him. I think he just needs to soften up and look a nickel fresher out here. I love his extra power, his foot size, and his dimension. For me, he just needs to be more ready for the show ring today. The barrel that comes next, I love his skull and the way he transitions back into his blade there. His shape up top's incredibly good. He's so powerful back through his hip and hind leg. Compared to these hogs ahead of him, to me, he's the flattest at the base of his forerib. He wants to hinge his shoulder up to his neck a little bit further forward, consequently compensating there in his pasterns down low in an awfully, awfully tough class. The barrel here that comes next, I think, is as good as built as anything we've seen in this class. Dead level, really attractive for me, just not quite as powerful in his mug and his hind leg size, not quite as heavy duty in his overall look. A very, very good class of white barrows. Good job, sir.
First and second place dark cross of class 4 and 5. Make your way to the holding pen. Holding pen. We don't have pins to put you in yet. Bring them to the holding pen. Lightweight division champion, start getting ready.
If we could have first and second out of class 1 light crosses in ring D slowly make their way back to the pins at the ring. First and second out of class 1 white crosses, ring D. We're still missing the second place, Class 1 light cross for Ring D. If you could start making your way out here. Second, Class 1 light cross, Ring D.
Real interesting.